Chapter 791. You. Oomph. The woman's expression changed when she heard Sei Ito's words. She glared at Sei Ito hatefully before a sinister smile appeared on her face. The woman's mouth suddenly moved soundlessly. Following that, a strange ripple appeared in the air and enveloped Sei Ito. Sei Ito frowned when he sensed the abnormality with his spiritual sense. He immediately unleashed his spiritual force to form a spiritual storm that shattered the strange ripple. How is this possible? The woman exclaimed in shock when she sensed Sei Ito's spiritual force eruption. She looked at Sei Ito in disbelief. Do you want to die? How dare you attack a stranger? Although Sei Ito had shattered the strange ripple, he did not retract his spiritual force. Instead, he quickly enveloped the woman and exerted spiritual pressure on her as he spoke in a cold and deep voice. I am sorry, mister. The effect of the spell just now won't cause any harm to you. It will only temporarily make you look disgusting and make other people feel unhappy with you and want to beat you up. Other than that, there won't be any other effect. Really, I promise. Under the mental pressure, the woman's forehead was covered in sweat as she hurriedly explained with a pale face. Incantation. Are you a magician? Sei Ito asked with a frown when he caught the key word in the woman's words. No, I'm a magician. Although the woman did not know why Sei Ito was asking this, she did not want to cause any more trouble for herself because of her lie. She quickly shook her head and revealed her true identity, the kind that awakens through bloodline. Sei Ito continued to ask. Yes. The woman nodded and admitted. What are you doing here? Sei Ito asked again. I'm going to the demonic realm. The woman looked at Sei Ito in surprise before she explained. What demonic realm? Sei Ito asked in confusion. The demonic realm is a semi-relative space created hundreds of years ago by the great wizard Merlin and a few of his friends using space magic that was almost lost. It's another world connected to the main world we live in. That's where the largest number of magicians and wizards live in. At the same time, you can buy all kinds of research materials and spellcasting materials that magicians and wizards need. The woman said with a proud look on her face. Seeing the woman's appearance, Sei Ito couldn't help but frown. This is one of the entrances to the demonic realm. Fortunately, the woman knew to pay attention to Sei Ito's expression. When she noticed that Sei Ito was frowning, she immediately returned to the topic at hand. He pointed at the wall behind Sei Ito. Sei Ito followed the woman's finger and looked at the wall that didn't seem to be anything special. At the same time, he was surprised by his luck. He didn't expect that a random teleportation would lead him to one of the United Kingdom's secret realms. Take me in. Sei Ito looked at the woman in front of him and ordered in an unquestionable tone. Yes, although she didn't know that she was at the mercy of others. She didn't know what to say, but it didn't prevent the woman from knowing that she had no room to refute. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. Then, the woman walked through the path Sei Ito made and led Sei Ito to the wall. She then chanted a short and strange incantation. As the incantation ended, the wall, which didn't have any abnormalities in Ito-Sei's eyes before, suddenly rippled like a water wave, and a layer of visible ripples appeared on it. You can go in now. The woman turned around and said to Sei Ito. Then, she ignored Sei Ito and stepped into the ripples, disappearing in an instant. Sei Ito looked at the ripples in front of him. After adding a layer of caution in his heart, he also stepped in. Immediately, Sei Ito felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. From the modern city, he suddenly returned to the Middle Ages. A large number of buildings full of pre-Renaissance style came into view in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Did she run away? After the initial surprise, Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and looked around. However, he didn't see the woman's figure. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Then, he calmed his mind and followed the few people on the street. He strolled along the street, appreciating the different scenery that was completely different from the modern city. In general, the items sold in the shop were similar to what Sei Ito saw in the German Alchemy Union branch. They were all equipment and tools. However, Unlike the Alchemy Union, which sold items that could be used by anyone, the items sold here had their own preferences. Almost all of them were items that wizards and magicians could use. There were very few items that could be used by other professions. Even if there were, they were all custom-made items like the Alchemy Union shop. I wonder if this place will be like the world of Harry Potter, where they sell basic magic books. Seito thought to himself after wandering around for half a day and looking at most of the shops. Sorry to disturb you. May I know where to buy magic books that beginners need around here? After thinking about it, Seito didn't hesitate and stopped a middle-aged man who was strolling with his wife and child. Follow this road and walk forward. After passing through 2 intersections, turn right at the 3rd intersection and walk straight. There's an electrical shop with a pumpkin head ornament hanging on the door. The man enthusiastically pointed the way to the bookstore for Seito. Thank you. Seito thanked him and said goodbye to the family. He followed the man's directions and walked towards the bookstore. After a short while, Seito arrived in front of the bookstore. He pushed the door open and walked in. Welcome, Pugu. As soon as he walked in, a rather strange, welcoming voice sounded. As expected of a magical, mystical realm, the receptionist is actually a specially trained Puga bird. Seito looked towards the source of the voice and shook his head slightly with a smile. Is there anything I can help you with, sir? Then, a voice full of a British accent sounded in Seito's ears. I want to buy some books about magic for beginners. Do you have any recommendations? Looking up at the source of the voice, a middle-aged man in a white long-sleeve shirt with a brown waistcoat was standing behind the counter. His brown hair was neatly combed, and he looked to be around 40 years old. Is it a child who is coming into contact with magic for the first time? The owner asked. Yes. Seito walked to the counter and nodded. Then I recommend you to buy these books. These books were compiled by the famous magic educator, Mage Massos Findel. The content is very simple and easy to understand. It is most suitable for young people who are coming into contact with magic for the first time. The owner turned around and took out a few black books from the shelf behind him and put them on the table. He pushed them in front of Seito and said, What is magic? 100 tricks to attract attention? Magic in life? Magic and fairy tales. Seito picked up the books on the counter, opened them, and started browsing. Not bad, I'll take all of these. After a while, Seito found that the content was indeed easy to understand. There were very few words about magic. Even if there would be explanations. Also, I need some advanced books. Do you have any here? Seito continued asking. Of course. My Old Val's bookstore has the most variety of books in the entire Merlin Street. The middle-aged man, named Val, said proudly. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me pick out the advanced books suitable for beginners. Until you buy the highest level books you can take out. Seito said with a smile. Hey, customer, I can sell you the books, but I have to remind you that you won't be able to learn magic by just reading those books. It might even ruin a person's future in magic due to negligence. Thus, if you or your relatives want to learn magic, I suggest you go to the Merlin Magic School to study professionally. Val said with a frown after hearing Seito's words. Thank you for your advice. I will seriously consider it. Seito didn't expect the other party to be so enthusiastic. He thanked him sincerely. After a while, the owner put a pile of books on the counter and looked at Seito, saying, There are a total of 103 books worth 3,872 Merlin gold coins. What is Merlin gold? Seito asked with a stunned expression after hearing the price, but he didn't understand the monetary unit. Is this your first time in the magic realm? Val looked at Seito with a strange expression. Then, when Seito nodded, he continued, Merlin gold is the currency used in the entire magic realm. It can be exchanged at the Sodacrum Bank in the center of Merlin Street, but the price difference compared to the outside world is relatively large. According to the recent exchange rate, it should be 1,000 pounds for one Merlin gold coin. Oh, after listening to the boss's explanation, Ito Seiji nodded and replied. He then looked at the owner and said, Then I'll have to trouble you to wait for a moment. I'll go to the Sodacrum Bank to exchange the money and then come look for you. Sure. Val nodded in agreement. After getting permission, Ito didn't hesitate and immediately left Val's magic bookstore and rushed to the center of Merlin Street. Fortunately, I still have a lot of money left after buying the energy crystal refining formula. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself. Ito thought to himself as he rushed to the bank. Merlin Street might look ancient, but its length and area were truly exaggerated. With Ito's speed, it took him more than 10 minutes to reach the center of Merlin Street and reach the Sodicra Bank. Then, Ito walked into the bank and glanced at the counter before walking to an empty window. Chapter 792. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Behind the window, a female staff member looked at Ito with a smile. I want to exchange for Merlin Gold, Ito said as he handed the bank card to the female staff member. How much do you want to exchange? The staff member took the bank card and swiped it on the card machine. Let's exchange for 10,000 first, Ito said in a rich and imposing manner. Okay. The female staff member responded with a smile, then continued to speak to Ito while operating the machine. Sir, the currency in your card is USD. I need to convert it into pounds before you can exchange it. We will charge a 2% conversion fee and a 5% conversion fee. I understand. Ito, who was already prepared for the fee, nodded and responded. With Ito's permission, the female staff member quickly processed the exchange for Ito. Sir, this is your bank card. Please keep it well. This is the Magic Realm's currency card. 10,000 Merlin Gold has been deposited for you. Please keep it well. She handed the bank card and a dark gold card with a coin and balance pattern printed on the upper left corner of the card back to Ito. Thank you. Ito reached for the two cards and put away the bank card. He then turned the Magic Realm's currency card over in his hand and thanked her. After exchanging the gold coins, Ito rushed back to Old Val's bookstore and paid for the 103 books that contained most of the low and intermediate magic knowledge. By the way, boss, is there a library on Merlin Street? Ito, who was about to leave with the box, suddenly stopped. He turned to Old Val and asked, Yes, it is also in the center of Merlin Street. You can see it there, Old Val replied. I see, thank you. Ito nodded and thanked him. Sir, if you really want to learn magic, it is better to go to the academy. Old Val, who was watching Ito leave the store, reminded him again just as he was about to leave the store. Okay, I will go to the academy to take a look later. Hearing the voice, Ito paused and nodded without looking back. Then, he continued to walk. He then walked out of the store. After leaving Old Val's store, Ito took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He quickly put the box containing magic books into the Rubik's Cube world and walked toward the center of Merlin Street empty-handed. Mary, apologize, or else don't blame me for being impolite. A slightly familiar voice suddenly sounded in Ito's ears. Huh? You want me to apologize? Did you eat the magic potion, Sally? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You want me to apologize? That's just wishful thinking, the woman named Mary said in disbelief. However, there was more disdain in his voice. That's right. You are a woman from a broken family. What right do you have to make Miss Mary apologize? Mary's words had just faded when another female voice sounded. This voice was sharp and unkind. That's right, Sally. Your family is no longer the famous adept family for back then. Stop pretending. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Mary. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Another female voice said in a mocking tone, Anna, I was wrong about you. I didn't think you were this kind of person. Sally's voice was filled with sorrow. Don't talk nonsense. Apologize to me, Mary said impatiently. In your dreams, Sally shouted angrily. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Do it, Mary yelled. Two strange chants rang out at Mary's words. A fireball and a beam of energy shot out from the hands of Anna and the other woman beside Mary, heading straight for Sally, who was also chanting her spell. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Just as the fireball and the energy were about to hit Sally, Sally finally finished her incantation, and a transparent energy barrier appeared in front of Sally, blocking the fireball. However, that was all. The beam of energy suddenly twisted like a snake when it was about to touch the barrier. It went around the barrier and continued to rush toward Sally. Sally seemed to know that the barrier couldn't stop the energy. After casting the barrier, she immediately stepped back. At the same time, she quickly took out a ball of powder from her pocket and threw it into the air. She then continued to chant. In the next instant, the ball of energy that Sally had tossed into the air exploded into a shower of sparks, clashing with the ball of energy before vanishing into thin air. Anniveso! Mary's voice suddenly rang out when Sally saw that her spell had neutralized the energy. A pitch-black beam of energy suddenly flew out from Mary's body and shot towards Sally in a zigzag manner. "Mary, you're so evil." Sally's expression changed when she heard the spell. She quickly retreated and made a hand gesture to prepare a spell. She glared angrily at Mary and roared, "This is what you get for messing with me, Mary." Mary chuckled triumphantly as she chased after Sally with her spells. Just as the two were talking, the beam of energy finally caught up to Sally, who wasn't very agile. It was about to crash into her. As an adept, and one with many family inheritances, Sally was fully aware of the effects of this crippling curse. She didn't want to be crippled after being hit by the curse. She immediately activated the silver ring on her finger. In an instant, an extremely cold beam of energy shot out from her finger and collided with the pitch-black energy. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, he didn't know what kind of spell that cold energy was, but the degree of coldness was indeed very exaggerated. It caused the pitch-black energy to freeze into a line of ice the moment it came into contact with it. It then exploded in midair and scattered all over the ground. "Woman, you're really willing to go all out. You've even used the Guardian Ring spell. Let's see how you're going to fight us now." Mary's expression changed when she saw that her spell had been shattered. Then, she regained her previous gleeful expression. "Mary, don't let me get my hands on you. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Sally complained with a resentful expression. Then, he threw out a ball of fine powder with a flick of his hand. Then, in the dazzling light of the powder, he turned around and quickly ran away. Damn it, she actually used flash powder. "Chase after her." Mary shouted angrily at Sally, who had already disappeared when her vision recovered. She then closed her eyes and chanted a short incantation. She then opened her eyes and chased after the ball of light that had suddenly appeared in front of Mary and the others. Interesting. Perhaps I can save that woman and let her be responsible for teaching me about magic. Itose smiled as he looked at the direction where the four of them were heading to after witnessing the short battle between the four of them. He then tapped his feet and quickly followed after them like a ghost. How fast could the four female magic casters be? They were only slightly faster than an ordinary person. Seito had no pressure at all. He followed the four of them around Merlin Street, as if they were taking a stroll, until they had completely exited the street and entered the nearby forest. "Damn it, she actually got away," Mary said with displeasure as she looked at the ball of light that had completely stopped in front of her. On the other side, Sally, who had escaped Mary's pursuit, finally sat down on the ground after running for a while. She leaned against a tree and panted heavily. "We meet again, Miss Sally." Just when Sally was caught off guard, Itose suddenly appeared in front of her and said with a chuckle, "It's you." Sally subconsciously cried out when she saw Ito suddenly appear in front of her. She still remembered his strength well. "What do you want?" After that, Sally ignored her tired body and quickly stood up from the ground. She looked at Ito, in front of her with vigilance, and questioned him. Ito didn't mind Sally's caution at all. He only smiled and asked, "Do you want revenge?" "What do you mean?" Sally asked, confused. "I can help you kill that girl called Mary," Ito said casually. "No need. I will take revenge for myself." Sally rejected without hesitation. She then looked at Ito seriously and asked, On what basis are you going to take revenge for me? Or rather, what do you want from me?" "Smart little girl." Ito looked at her with a smile of praise. "Please watch your words, mister. You aren't older than me in terms of age." Sally narrowed her eyes and said, "All right, I used the wrong words." Ito-say shrugged and looked at Sally with a serious expression. What I want you to do is very simple. You have to teach me all the magic knowledge you know. Sally nodded and looked at him with a serious expression. What I want you to do is very simple. Ito had just finished speaking when Sally retorted loudly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why should I? Because as long as I want to, you will die. Is that enough? Ito narrowed his eyes. He released his mental strength to envelop Sally, applying mental and physical pressure on her as he spoke calmly. I would rather die than teach my knowledge to someone I don't approve of. Sally's face paled under the pressure, but her expression was extremely serious as she looked at Ito. Very good. I admire your moral character, but that doesn't mean I will let you go. So, beautiful Miss Sally, goodbye, Ito said, softly after silently looking at Sally for a moment. His mental strength then surged into Sally's mind and knocked her to the ground. Chapter 793. After Sally fell to the ground, Ito slowly walked up to her and chuckled. Since the soft approach didn't work, I guess I'll have to use the hard approach. Then, with a thought, he put Sally, who had only fainted because of his mental attack, into the Rubik's Cube world. He would deal with her when he had time. Then, Ito tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and returned to Merlin Street the way he came. When he left, he didn't use his full speed because he had to follow Sally and the others, so he spent some time on the way back. But he didn't need to do so at all on the way back. He just used his maximum speed and set foot on the bluestone street of Merlin Street in a little over a minute. Looks like there's a lot to learn about the Rubik's Cube, Ito thought to himself as he once again walked on the bluestone street toward the library in the center of Merlin Street. A moment later, Ito finally arrived in front of the library, which had a similar architectural style to the outside. It was a square building. Ito then followed the crowd that had also come to the library to read and walked into the large library. My apologies, sir. This is not a place where ordinary people can enter. Just as Ito was about to pass through the gate, a staff member on the side suddenly came in front of him, reached out and stopped him, and calmly stated, I can't just go in and take a look. Because of the existence of the Rubik's Cube, Ito, who is basically an ordinary person, looked at the staff member in astonishment. Yes, sir. Because the entire library is set up with hundreds of large and small magic arrays and magic traps. This is too dangerous for ordinary people who don't have any magic knowledge or the ability to identify them. Therefore, ordinary people are forbidden to enter, the staff member explained. Oh, is that so? Ito said with a look of understanding. If Sir wants to read books, you could go to the library on West Merlin Street. There is a library area for ordinary people there. The staff member kindly reminded Ito after seeing that he understood. Thank you, I understand. Ito thanked him and nodded to the staff before turning around and leaving the library, heading towards the so-called West Plum Street Library. Ito thought to himself as he walked away from the library. I think the library only has basic magic books. Otherwise, why would there be a browsing area for ordinary people? Halfway through, he suddenly turned and walked towards a building that looked very much like a hotel in the outside world. Welcome. As soon as he walked into the building, the waitress, who looked like a welcoming lady, greeted them. Welcome to Holiday Inn. How may I help you, sir? A female staff member asked Ito with a smile as he walked up to the counter. It really is a hotel, Ito thought to himself when he heard the female staff member's words. He then looked at the staff member and said, Please give me a room. Sir, what standard room would you like? The staff asked. Give me a deluxe room, Ito, who was not short of money, replied without thinking. Would you like a room with mana source or a room without mana source? Originally, he thought that the inquiry was over. The staff member who was supposed to give him a room asked again. Those with mana source. That was what he meant. Ito, who had some guesses about the so-called mana source, made up his mind. Please choose a level of mana source, the staff member asked again. How many levels of mana sources are there? Ito, who did not know much about mana sources, asked. Our hotel provides mana sources in 3 major categories. There are 9 subcategories. Sir, According to the room you choose, you can choose from the 4th to the 6th category of mana sources. The 4th category of mana sources can provide mana activity for the room for 4 hours a day, and so on for the other categories. For each category, it will increase by 1 hour, the staff member explained to Sei Ito in detail. Give me a deluxe room of the 4th category. Sei Ito, who did not have mana, did not know magic, and did not feel anything about mana sources, decided. Okay. The staff member nodded in agreement. Then, she lowered her head and started working on the computer under the counter. It seems that the magic world is also keeping up with the times. Sei Ito glanced at the computer the staff member was using and found that it looked very novel. It was a model that did not belong to the outside world at all. Sir, please pay the room fee first, the staff member said after taking the receipt and holding the key in her hand. How much? Sei Ito asked. 38 Merlin gold, the staff member said. Sei Ito nodded and took out the card with Merlin gold from his pocket. He handed it to the staff member and paid the room fee. Jace, please take this gentleman to the next room. After 10 seconds, the staff member who handed the card and the key to Sei Ito tilted her body and shouted to a young male staff member standing in the hall. Okay. The staff member named Jace agreed and quickly walked to Sei Ito's side. He leaned slightly and extended his arm. Sir, please follow me. Sei Ito nodded and followed the staff member named Jace to the elevator on the side. They took the elevator to the deluxe room on the 8th floor of the hotel. Your tip. Sei Ito took out a $5 bill and handed it to Jace when the door was about to close. Thank you, sir. Jace reached out to take the bill and thanked him. But both Jace and Sei Ito knew how perfunctory his gratitude was. Bang! Sei Ito ignored Jace outside the door and slammed the door. Then he walked in the room while thinking, should have lived in the demon realm for so long. He doesn't even care about US dollars. Does he really expect me to reward him with Merlin gold? Then, Sei Ito walked into the bedroom and put aside his boring thoughts. First, he summoned Sally, who was still in a coma, and put her on the bed in the bedroom. Then, he walked to the side and sat down on a chair made of unknown plants that exuded a faint fragrance that calmed people's heart. He took out a magic book that he bought from Old Val's shop and began to read quietly to learn the magic knowledge of the main world. Itagami was so engrossed in the chanting that a few hours had passed unknowingly. And, at this moment, a painful groan suddenly sounded and attracted the attention of Sei Ito, who was concentrating on reading. Am I not dead? Sally muttered to herself as she sat up on the bed with a hand on her forehead. Her expression was still filled with confusion. Yes, you're not dead yet. After hearing Sally's muttering, Sei Ito said with a chuckle. Ah, Sally, who was startled by Sei Ito's sudden voice, subconsciously let out a scream. Then, she moved her body in a panic, but the panicked Sally didn't notice the change in her environment at all. Soon, she slipped off the bed and fell heavily on the ground. Plop! Where's this? After this fall, Sally, who had completely recovered, stood up from the ground with her hand on the edge of the bed while looking around and asked, You calmed down quite quickly. I'm starting to see you in a different light. Sei Ito first praised Sally, who had calmed down so quickly. Then, he explained, This is the Holiday Inn on Merlin Avenue West Street. This is the room I booked at the hotel. Holiday Inn, Sally murmured to herself with a nostalgic expression when she heard this. Looks like you're very familiar with it. Sei Ito asked, That's none of your business. Sally, who was interrupted by Sei Ito's question, said coldly with a displeased expression. Then, she looked at Sei Ito, who had been sitting in his seat and looking at her without moving, and said, What do you want from me? Knowledge. Knowledge about magic and witchcraft. Sei Ito showed the book in his hand to Sally. Then, without waiting for Sally to open her mouth and say something, he continued, I think your life must be very poor right now. So what? Sally raised her head like a proud little swan and looked straight at Sei Ito without blinking. I'll hire you to be my magic consultant for the time being. You'll be able to explain the magic questions I don't understand. What do you think? Sei Ito looked at Sally with a smile. I've said before, I won't teach the magic I know to someone I don't approve of, even if I teach in a different way. so give up. Sally looked at Sei Ito with disdain. You're very stubborn, but forget it. If you really don't want to be my magic consultant, you can leave now. I'll find a suitable person to be my magic consultant. Sei Ito shrugged and lowered his head to read the book in his hand again. You're willing to let me go? Sally looked at Sei Ito with disbelief. That's right. To me, the magic knowledge in your head is of some use to me. As for the rest, Sei Ito looked Sally up and down and shook his head with a smile. He then lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand again. You. Sally completely understood what Sei Ito meant. Her face first flushed red, then darkened. She pointed at him and shouted angrily. Oof. Then, she remembered that she couldn't do anything to Sei Ito. She snorted coldly and quickly walked to the door, opened it, and dashed out. Bam! Sally slammed the door angrily. You're still so arrogant even after your family has fallen. I don't know if I should say that your ego and vanity are too strong, or that you're just asking for it. Sei Ito murmured to himself as he glanced at the door. Chapter 794. P.S. Thank you to Bloodthirsty Blackfeather for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfinney and 1577477860 for their tips, and thank you to Idler Little Fool for your evaluation votes. Yesterday, the computer lady died and used to write on her laptop. Her reaction was slow, and I almost didn't update. Today, I upgraded the computer lady, but I'm not used to using the keyboard. Oars. So this is magic. After 2 nights and a day of continuous browsing, Ito-sei finally finished reading the 103 books on magic knowledge that he had bought. He murmured to himself with a look of realization. Through a special meditation method, one can change one's mental frequency to cater to the ubiquitous ether element in the outside world. Then, one can mix the two to form the so-called source of magic power. Then, one can use this fundamental power to combine the necessary gestures, casting materials, and incantations to achieve the casting of magic. And the more advanced one can use one's own experience in using magic to remove some useless encryption words and simple gestures to achieve the goal of casting magic quickly. Then, Sei Ito closed the book and put it away. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Then, Sei Ito turned his head to look at the pencil on the bedside table. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and chanted a short incantation. In an instant, the pencil seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It slowly floated from the bedside table and floated to Sei Ito's side. Looks like the mixed elemental force in my body that has been purified many times and is gradually approaching the power of the world can also replace magic power as the source of power to cast magic. He reached out and took the pencil that floated in front of him. Sei Ito chuckled as he flipped his fingers and danced beautifully with the pencil. I just don't know if this generalization is only useful for level 0 non-elemental spells, or it is also useful for elemental spells and other spells in the future. Ito-sei frowned slightly and thought to himself, it's a pity that even though there are some middle to low-level content in these books, other than the commonly used spells that every apprentice mage can learn, there's only one level, one spell that only official mages can learn. It's a pity that that spell is also an elemental energy bomb, so I can't use it to test my guess. Looks like I have to go to the library to browse through the books. He flicked his thumb and flicked the pencil back to the Sei Ito on the bedside table. But before that, he also had to go to the Magicians Association to get an identity. Otherwise, even if you can enter the library through the main entrance, you might be blocked in front of the wall of books. With that thought in mind, Sei Ito no longer hesitated. He walked out of the room and left the Holiday Inn where he was staying. He walked towards the center of Merlin Street that was close to Left Street. The Holiday Inn was close to the center of Merlin Street on the right street. It wasn't far from Left Street. Therefore, Sei Ito didn't spend much time here. He arrived at the building that was 3 stories tall. It was a strange building, but every corner was filled with the style of a mage. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the room. From the outside, the building of the Mage Association looked like a tube-shaped building that could be seen everywhere in China in the 90s. It gave off a shabby and sullen feeling. But when he walked into the hall, he realized that things weren't as he imagined. At least, Seito felt that the inside and outside of the building was very different. He didn't know if the Magicians Association had used a magic array or if they had hired a super expert to expand the space in the hall. Even if there were over 100 people in the hall at the same time, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. At the same time, the floor of the Magic Caster Association's main hall was paved with pure obsidian that could definitely be used as a magic material. The obsidian reflected a faint fluorescent light, filling the Magic Caster Association with a sense of mystery and solemnity. In the inner part of the hall, there were 2 female staff members with apprentice-level magic badges on their necks. They were sitting behind 2 wooden tables with their heads lowered as they browsed through some unknown magic books. At the same time, they were moving their fingers and doing magic operation training. Seito walked in front of one of the female apprentices and said softly, "Sorry to disturb you. What do you want?" Hearing Seito's greeting, the female apprentice raised her head and asked with a frown when she saw that there were no magic waves or magic badges on Seito's body. "I want to register as a mage." Seito didn't pay attention to the female apprentice's expression and said softly with a smile. The female apprentice looked at Seito with surprise when she heard this. Then, she adjusted her expression and put the book aside. She took out a magic letter and a magic pen from under the wooden table and handed them to Seito. "Please fill in the form." Seito, who was already prepared for this, nodded. He lowered his head and picked up the magic pen made of some unknown bird's feathers and started writing on the letter. Name: Chun Shiqing. Age: 19 years old. Place of birth: China continent. Seito didn't stop as he wrote down his information one by one according to the form on the letter. In order to not make his identity as an Asian stand out too much in the magic world, Seito specially used his other name and identity as his information on the form. Here, after a while, Ito-sei gave the form back to the female apprentice after he had filled in all the information he could provide. The female apprentice picked up the form and checked it. She nodded after finding nothing wrong with it. Then, she took out a round bronze plate that had a magic staff and stars engraved on it and gave it to Ito-sei. The plate was emitting a faint magical wave. "Take this to the second floor. It's the 5th room from the left," the female apprentice said. "Oh." Seito took the bronze plate and nodded. He turned around and walked away from the female apprentice and climbed up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Dang, dang, dang. Seito followed the instructions and knocked on the door. "Come in." The next moment, a slightly rough male voice came from the door. Seito didn't stand on ceremony. He opened the door and walked into the room. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a light black mage robe with 2 wide silver lines embroidered on the cuffs came into Ito-sei's sight. He looked a little sloppy. "He's actually a 2-star mage," Seito thought as he glanced at the silver lines on the middle-aged man's cuffs. There was a need to mention the classification of mages in the magic realm. In the magic realm, mages were divided into 6 levels: apprentice mage, official mage, 1-star mage, 2-star mage, 3-star mage, and legendary mage. The conversion rules used in the outside world were that apprentice mages were equivalent to D rank in the outside world, official mages were equivalent to C rank, 1-star mages were equivalent to B rank, and so on until 3-star mages were equivalent to S rank. Mages with strength of 3-star mages, or those who weren't 3-star mages but had made outstanding contributions in various aspects of magic, could receive the honorary title of Great Mage. "You're here to take the test." The middle-aged man looked at Seito and said, "I don't know. The receptionist downstairs only told me to bring this here," Seito said as he showed the bronze card in his hand to the middle-aged man. "Then there's no mistake." The middle-aged man confirmed and then asked again, "What rank mage do you want to be certified as? Can you tell me the certification criteria?" Seito didn't immediately answer the man's question and instead asked another question. "If you want to be certified as an apprentice mage, you only need to do it in front of me. You only need to use 3 level 0 cantrips on me. If you're an official mage, then you need to use 5 level 0 cantrips and 2 level 1 spells in front of me. For a 1-star mage, you need to use 5 level 1 spells and 2 level 2 spells. For a 2-star mage, you need to use 5 level 2 spells and 2 level 3 spells. The specific types and categories are not limited. The middle-aged mage indifferently glanced at Sei-Ito and explained, "Then I'll be certified as an apprentice mage." Sei-Ito, who had only mastered a few level 0 cantrips, said, "Okay, when I say start, hold a bronze card in your hand and do it in front of me. Perform a magic trick in front of me." The middle-aged man nodded indifferently. Then he picked up a black hard fingerboard and a magic pen from the short table beside him. There were several pieces of magic paper clipped on top of it. Then he said to Sei-Ito in a low voice, "Okay." Sei-Ito, who held the bronze card in his hand again, nodded his head and agreed. "Are you ready?" The middle-aged man looked at Sei-Ito again and asked. Then after Sei-Ito nodded his head in confirmation, he said, "Let's start." As the middle-aged man's words fell, Sei-Ito closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes and used the mixed yuan force and the power of the will in his body. At the same time, he chanted a spell and cast his first level 0 cantrip, Light Magic, on the middle-aged man. In an instant, Sei-Ito's upper right hand flashed slightly, and a fist-sized white ball of light appeared in his hand, illuminating the dim room. What a strange magic power! Is he a newly awakened wizard? The middle-aged man carefully observed Sei-Ito's light magic and frowned slightly. Then he lowered his head and started writing on the magic paper in his hand. "Okay, next," the middle-aged man said. After receiving the order, Sei-Ito first dispersed the light magic in his hand. Then he chanted a spell and cast another level 0 cantrip, Hand of Magic. In an instant, an invisible energy suddenly appeared in the dim room. It grabbed a small prop that was prepared in the room and controlled it to slowly float in front of him, hovering there. Next, the middle-aged man, who was still observing for a few seconds and writing something on the magic letters, said, after Ito-sei put the small prop in front of him back to its original place with Hand of Spell, he dispersed the Hand of Spell and then recited the incantation to cast the last level 0 trick on the middle-aged man. However, the magic trick was a semi-deceptive cantrip. When it was cast, there was no direct effect. Everything depended on the middle-aged man's perception. "Okay." After a few seconds, the middle-aged man said. Then he tore a piece of the magic paper in his hand and handed it to Sei-Ito. "Take this assessment to the hall on the first floor and give it to the apprentice who will receive you." "Okay." Ito-sei reached out to take the magic letter and looked down at the content written on it, nodded, and responded. Magic Purity, Level C, Magic Control, Level B+, Magic Stability, Level B+, Magic Finesse, Level B, Magic. Comprehensive Assessment, Level B+, Level, Apprentice Assessment. A. Assessor, Lorenzo Salma Ivando. "Thank you." After reading the contents of the letter, Sei-Ito raised his head and thanked the middle-aged man, Lorenzo Salma Ivando. Then he turned around and left the room. He returned to the hall on the first floor and stood in front of the female apprentice who received him. "Here you go," Sei-Ito said as he handed the assessment to the female apprentice. "Give me the bronze plate I gave you before." The female apprentice took the assessment and checked it. Then she put it together with Sei-Ito's information and said to Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito obediently handed the bronze plate back to the female apprentice. After receiving the bronze plate, the female apprentice quickly took out another bronze plate from under the table. This one was basically the same, except that there were no stars on it. Instead, it was replaced by a book. Then she placed the bronze plate in front of Sei-Ito. After the two plates emitted a faint glow, she handed the new bronze plate to Sei-Ito. As for the original bronze plate, she put it together with the assessment and the information sheet into a black wooden box with complicated magic arrays engraved on it. This is your apprentice badge. With it, you have the right to enter any industry under the name of the Magic Association. Also, you can take it to the library on the third floor and get a free magic notebook there. Other than these two privileges, you can learn the rest of the details from this notebook. the female apprentice said as she handed a thin black leather notebook to Ito. Okay, Ito said as he took the notebook and nodded. Then, he didn't want to disturb the female apprentice and turn around to leave. He walked up the stairs to the library on the 3rd floor to get the free magic notebook. In front of the library on the 3rd floor, an old woman handed a black leather notebook to Ito and said, "This is your magic notebook. Please take care of it." "Thank you," Ito said as he took the notebook. Then, he lowered his head to look at it in front of the old woman. It really is an apprentice-level notebook. The whole book is about knowledge related to magic. It looks like a training manual for new workers, Ito said as he skimmed through the contents of the notebook. Then, he nodded to the old woman again and put away the notebook. He turned around and returned to the hall on the 1st floor. He left the Magic Association and went straight to the library on the central street. This time, Ito, who had his apprentice badge on, was not stopped by the staff. He smoothly entered the hall of the library. However, he was once again blocked by a large fence. Chapter 795. Knowledge is precious, so if you want to obtain knowledge, you have to pay the corresponding price. For every 100 Merlin gold you pay, you can stay in a library for 1 hour. 2 words written in magic words immediately appeared in front of Ito's eyes. As an alchemist, Ito understood the principle of equivalent exchange very well and did not object. He took out his universal card and swiped 100 Merlin gold from the counter. Then, he held the library's special sign and walked into the library. Apprentice area, official mage area, 1-star mage area. Ito, who came to the library to browse advanced spells, did not hesitate. He directly walked through the apprentice and official mage areas and walked towards the 1-star mage area. But when Ito walked to the edge of the official mage area and was about to enter the 1-star mage area, a transparent magic barrier suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. What's going on? Looking at the barrier that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ito frowned. He tried several times with the library token in his hand, but the barrier still did not disappear. "Take out your token and let me see." At this time, a male mage who was about to walk past him stopped and looked at Ito. Although Ito was a little unhappy with the other person's commanding tone, when he thought that the other person was prepared to help him solve the problem, he could only suppress the displeasure in his heart and show the other person the token in his hand. You can only use this red certificate in the apprentice-level area and the official magician area. You can't enter the 1-star magician area. It was just a glance. The man who discovered the problem said, "If you want to go, you need to use this purple token." Then, the man took out his token and showed it to Ito. It's better to be down to earth. When Ito saw it clearly, the man took back his token and glanced at Ito with disdain. Then, he ignored Ito and stepped through the barrier that blocked Ito's path and entered the 1-star mage area. The surrounding mages who came over because of Ito's matter all looked at Ito with ridicule after hearing the man's words. They silently mocked Ito for overestimating himself. Fortunately, Ito's temperament was very good. He did not take the words of these self-righteous people to heart. He calmly took back his token. He turned around and walked into the official mage area and began to look for books. Read 1 Merlin gold. Copy 50 Merlin gold. Just as Ito selected a book called Detailed Explanation of Fireball Technique and reached out to pick it up, another transparent barrier covered the surface of book, blocking his movement. At the same time, a message to Ito's mind. Money grubber. Ito, who was speechless by the message, took out his library token and touched the barrier. Then, after the token opened the barrier and recorded his actions, he took the book out of the bookshelf and started to read it. The book was not very thick. It was only about 20 pages. With Ito's browsing speed, it only took him a few minutes to finish reading it and memorize it in his heart. Hee, looks like my eidetic memory can be put to good use again. Ito laughed in his heart as he returned the study to the bookshelf. Then, Ito did not care about the surrounding people looking at him like he was an idiot. He broke the barrier outside the books one by one and quickly browsed through them until the library token notified him that the time limit was up. In this 1 hour of frantic browsing, Sei Ito not only memorized a lot of level 1 spells, but also a large amount of magic academic content. If it was only based on the understanding of level 1 spells and the theoretical knowledge of official mages, Sei Ito was now qualified to be called a great mage. Of course, this was not the only harvest he gained in this 1 hour. Sei Ito also memorized some related magic academic materials in his heart. For example, the works of basic magic arrays and basic potioneering stored in the official mage area. After paying for the browsing fees, Sei Ito walked out of the library as he thought to himself, "This time when I go back, I'll properly digest the knowledge I learned and copy it into the Rubik's Cube World's library. Then I'll go to the Magic Union to get my profession rank certification and return to the library." "Welcome. Is there anything I can help you with, sir?" A young female staff smiled and looked at Ito Sei, who was standing outside the counter. Sei Ito looked at the staff and asked, "I want to hire a few magic consultants. Do you have any recommendations?" It turned out that after Ito Sei left the library, he didn't directly return to his room in the Holiday Hotel to digest the magic knowledge in his brain. Instead, he made a turn halfway and came to the largest agency in the demon realm. "Yes, sir," the female staff replied with a smile. Then, while operating the computer in front of her, she asked Sei Ito, "Do you have any requirements for magic consultants?" "First of all, they'd better be young and beautiful women," Sei Ito said. Then he smiled at the staff and continued, "Secondly, their profession rank should be at least official mages. There's no upper limit. Lastly, I need them to have experience in teaching." "Just these three," Sei Ito confirmed. "Just these three are enough to eliminate a lot of people." The female staff who served Sei Ito shook her head and smiled. "They're out. There are a total of 8 people who meet your requirements. However, I don't know if they're all beautiful women in your eyes." After a moment, the female staff pulled out the information of the people who met his requirements from the countless job applications and turned the computer screen to face Sei Ito. "I can only say that they're okay. You know, us Easterners have a different sense of beauty compared to you Westerners." Sei Ito shrugged after looking at the pictures and information of the 8 people who met his requirements. "Understood." The female staff smiled. "Can I see them?" Sei Ito then turned to the female staff and asked, "I can help you contact them, but the chances of meeting everyone at once are not high. You might have to do it in batches." The female staff who turned the computer screen to face Sei Ito said, "It's okay, as long as I can meet them. I need to understand their personalities through contact. Only then can I be sure if they meet my requirements. You know, I don't want to be with a rigid and boring woman. That's just too much suffering." Sei Ito complained in a Westerner's voice. "Sir, I'm starting to suspect that you're not choosing a magic consultant, but choosing your next lover." Seeing that Sei Ito was so young and talkative, the female staff picked up the phone and began to contact the 8 women while joking with Sei Ito. "If possible, I don't mind developing a relationship that goes beyond friendship with them. We can intimately discuss the origin of mankind and the profound topic of how ether affects the next generation." Sei Ito smiled. "By then, maybe we'll receive the Merlin Medal for this topic that will affect countless people. We might even enjoy the treatment of a great mage." "Huh, then I'll look forward to it. Hello, this is the 4th agency. I'm Maria. It's like this." While waiting for the phone to connect, the female staff answered. After the call was connected, she immediately began to talk business with the person on the other side of the phone with a serious face. After a few minutes, Maria, who had contacted everyone, looked at Sei Ito and said regretfully, "It seems that you'll have to meet them at different times." Among the 8 of them, only Linda Lester, Betty Arnold, and Ingrid Raphael have time. As for the other 5, they said that they'll make time to meet you tomorrow. The black-haired Ingrid is among them? Oh, I'm so lucky. Among the 8 of them, she's the one I like the most. Sei Ito joked. Then, as Maria smiled, he continued, "Well, it'll be the 3 of them. When will they arrive?" "Half an hour. They'll be here in half an hour," Maria replied. "Oh, That's a long half an hour. Then, Miss Maria, do you mind if I invite you out for a drink? Seito said with some annoyance. Of course I don't mind, but not now. If it's at night, I'll be free anytime. Maria, who didn't dislike the young Seito, shook her head regretfully. That's a pity. Seito, who didn't really want to invite her, deliberately showed a hypocritical expression of regret on his face and shrugged. But forget it, it's only half an hour. I'll go out and walk around. I'll be there soon. Then, my dear Maria, I'll see you in half an hour. Seito reached out his hand to touch his lips and flirtatiously blew a kiss to Maria. He turned around and walked out of the agency. He walked to the coffee shop next door, sat down, and waited quietly. Then, 25 minutes later, Seito, who was used to arriving early, got up and paid for the coffee. He walked out of the coffee shop and returned to the agency. You're finally back. I thought you were going to be late at night. You know, being late is not the behavior of a gentleman. When Maria saw Seito, she quickly walked up and said with a light sigh, Don't worry, I know. While the people around them weren't paying attention, Seito stretched out his hand and lightly pinched Maria's perky, but that was wrapped in a blue-gray professional suit. Come with me. They've been waiting in the reception room for a long time. Maria, who rolled her eyes at Seito, said as she led Seito to the reception room. Chapter 796. Come, let me introduce you to each other. Maria brought Seito into the reception room and closed the door to isolate the sound from outside. She looked at the three women who stood up from the black leather sofa and said, This young gentleman is the client of this job, Mr. Chen Shiching from the Eastern Continent. Maria pointed at Seito, who had a reserved smile on his face, and introduced him to the three women. Hello. Seito nodded and said, Hello. The three people opposite him replied in a messy voice. This is Mage Linda Lester. After the two sides greeted each other, Maria pointed to a mature woman who was sitting on the sofa near the door. She was wearing a black home dress with her long brown hair tied up behind her head. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Linda Lester nodded to Seito and helped Seito to combine her name and appearance. This is Mage Betty Arnold. Maria then pointed to a woman who was sitting in the middle of the three women. She was more than 7 meters tall, and was obviously half a head taller than Linda and the other woman. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. She had short blonde hair and looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. You can call me Betty. Betty said with a bright smile on her face and said to Seito, Mage Ingrid Raphael. Finally, Maria pointed at the woman who had long black hair that hung down her back. She looked like she was in her 30s, and she exuded a seductive, mature aura from head to toe. When Maria's voice fell, Ingrid smiled charmingly and nodded to Seito. Everyone, take a seat. I'll get you some water. Maria said after introducing the two sides. Hearing Maria's words, Seito and the other three did not refuse and sat on both sides of the glass tea table in the reception room. As the one who proposed the idea, Maria turned around and walked to the water dispenser. She took out 2 disposable cups and filled them with water for herself and Ito-say. I want to know, what are the responsibilities of the magic consultant that you asked for, and how is the remuneration? After Maria sat down beside Seito, Linda directly asked Seito, The job is actually very simple. You just have to solve my doubts when I encounter a problem in the process of learning magic. It's not as simple as the title of hiring you. There are a lot of things to be responsible for. Seito smiled and explained to Linda. As for the remuneration, perhaps it's a lot less for the title of magic consultant, but in terms of the job content, you will definitely be satisfied. Ito-say continued, and I intend to pay you 200 Merlin gold per day. But I don't understand. Since Mr. Shi Chung has hired us for such a simple job, why did he have to recruit according to the standards of a magic consultant? Can't you just hire us as a tutor? I believe that Mr. Shi Chung would have already found a tutor that you are satisfied with. At this time, Ingrid suddenly asked, Yes, that is indeed possible. After hearing Ingrid's words, Seito nodded and smiled. It's just that my personality is a bit more lively. Oh, it means that I'm more active and not used to being restrained. If I were to recruit tutors based on the standards, I would only invite some older people with old-fashioned personalities. To me, being with him is no different from being with Satan. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Betty, who had a sunny personality, and Ingrid, who always had a charming smile on her face, immediately laughed out loud. Moreover, if I hire tutors as a tutor, in addition to the 2 points I just mentioned, there's a possibility that I will hire someone who only has theoretical knowledge and not much practical experience. They might even be fools who only know how to read by the book and don't know how to use their own brains to discover the truth of magic. So in order to avoid these situations, I have to use the title of magic consultant to hire the people I need. Sei Ito shrugged and explained. Then if we have a good talk and accept this job, what are the specific working hours? After Sei Ito finished his explanation, Linda bluntly asked again. If I want to research something, I will often forget to eat and sleep. So after you accept this job, I hope that you can stay by my side 24 hours a day and answer any questions that may arise. Sei Ito tilted his head and pondered. As for how long I will hire you, I'm not sure. If possible, you can work for a lifetime. Oh, I can't believe it's such a long time. What an astonishing working time, Betty said jokingly. If you want us to accompany you 24 hours a day, the price you offered is too little. Linda frowned and said, You have to know that we are also mages. We also need to cultivate, do research, and spend money to buy materials, etc. We can't be by your side 24 hours a day and delay our own things. That's why I've been talking about you, and not one of you. Sei Ito spread his hands in front of him and said while looking at Linda, Betty, and Ingrid, You mean, as long as we are willing, you will hire all of us? Betty asked in surprise. Yes, just as Mage Linda had said, I can't possibly let each and every one of you stay by my side every day and not do anything for yourself. I think that other than those old mages who only know how to eat and wait for death, no mage with ambition would be willing to accept that kind of hiring condition. So to solve this problem, I plan to hire several mages at once and let you take turns to accompany me. That way, I can guarantee that at least one of you will be by my side at all times, and you will also have time to rest and do your own things, Sei Ito said with a nod. It's not that I can't accept it, but normally, people who hire magic consultants will provide them with a certain amount of magic materials. May I know what Mr. Sheeching is going to do about it? Ingrid asked. That's a bit too much for you. After all, your work isn't that intense. You can say that you are free 24 hours a day unless you need to work at certain times. If you still want me to provide you with magic materials, I can only say that your souls have been seduced by Satan and have committed original sins. Sei Ito shook his head and said to the 3 mages in front of him with a regretful look. It seems that in order to ensure that we won't be seduced by Satan, we can't ask Mr. Sheeching for magic materials, Ingrid said with a charming smile. That's right. In that case, I am an angel to you, an angel who can save you from the temptation of Satan and cause you to commit original sins. Don't you want to work with an angel like me? Sei Ito said with a holy look on his face and opened his arms to Linda, Betty, and Ingrid. That's worth considering, Ingrid said with a charming smile. I don't need to consider it, but you have to give me some Merlin gold, Betty said with a bright smile as she winked at Sei Ito. That's not impossible. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Betty without blinking and said, Mage Betty, you have to be careful. It seems that this employer doesn't just want to obtain magic knowledge from us, but also other things, Ingrid said with a smile as she nudged Betty with her elbow. With such a financial backer supporting me, I don't mind contributing something other than my body. Betty looked at Ito Sei with a mischievous and seductive look on her face. She said in a seductive voice, Ahem. Well, let's put aside the joke for now. I want to ask the 3 mages if you are willing to accept Mr. Chinshiching's request and accept this job as magic consultants. Noticing that the topic in a room had gone off track, Maria coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention. Then, she looked at Linda, who was frowning in deep thought, Betty, who was gradually becoming serious, and Ingrid, who was still wearing a charming smile on her face, but had a serious look in her eyes as she asked, Sorry, I give up this job. After a moment of silence, Linda looked up at Seito and said, Is that so? That's a pity, Seito said regretfully as he shook his head. The job content is quite easy, and there seems to be plenty of time. Although the Merlin gold given is a little less, I'm still willing to accept this job, Betty said with a serious look on her face as she looked at Maria and Seito. It just so happens that I have a lot of free time recently. It seems good to accept such a leisurely job, Ingrid said softly as she looked at Seito with a charming look. In other words, mages Betty and Ingrid are willing to accept this job? Maria asked. Yes, Betty and Ingrid confirmed at the same time. Well then, I will go out and get the magic contract for the two of you. Maria smiled happily as she received a commission of Merlin gold for completing a job. She then got up from the sofa and walked out of the room with Linda, who was not ready to accept the job. I'm very happy that the two of you are willing to accept this job, Seito said to Betty and Ingrid after Maria and Linda left. Since you are happy, then give us more Merlin gold, Betty said as if she was a gold digger. That depends on your performance. Seito looked at Betty and smiled. Sure enough, it seems like we have entered a wolf's den, Ingrid said jokingly as she saw the situation. Yes, once you enter my nest, you will never be able to get out. So, if you have any worries outside, you should deal with it quickly so that you don't have to worry about it when the time comes. Itosei's face showed a joking expression, but his tone was half true and half false. Chapter 797. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. You can rest assured that I'm still single and can fully devote myself to work. There won't be any problems due to my personal matters. Betty shrugged her shoulders and said confidently with an I'm a professional expression. She didn't know the meaning behind Seito's words. Me too. Feeling a little thirsty, Ingrid reached for a paper cup with half a cup of water on the coffee table in front of her. She raised her arm and brought it to her mouth. Then, she raised her head and drank the water in the cup. That's good, Seito said with a smile full of meaning. Then, Seito continued to chat with Betty and Ingrid until Maria, who went to prepare the magic contract, came back to the reception room. This is the standard version of the employment contract. You can see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Maria walked to Seito's side and sat down. She handed 3 magic contracts to Seito, Betty, and Ingrid. After a moment, Seito finished reading the contract word by word and pointed at the magic contract. Change a few clauses here, and here. How do you want to change it? Maria nodded and asked as she followed Itosei's instructions and saw what he wanted to change. Like this. Seito said what he wanted to change. What do you two think? After half a minute, Maria looked at Betty and Ingrid and asked after listening to Seito's words. Okay. When Itosei proposed the amendments, the two of them followed his instructions and wrote down the amendments. After thinking for a few seconds, the two of them nodded their heads. They nodded and agreed. Good. After getting the two's agreement, Maria didn't hesitate. She took out a special editing tool and a magic pen and began to change the magic contract. After a short while, Maria finished changing the contract according to Seito's request and asked the 3 of them, Take a look, is it like this? Yes. Seito nodded and confirmed. The other 2 also nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Since that's the case, please take out your badges for confirmation, Maria said as she changed the other 2 contracts and handed them back to Betty and Ingrid. Itosei and the other 2 nodded and took out their magic badges that represented their mage level 1 after another. Among them, Seito's badge was a bronze badge with an apprentice's badge. Betty's was a silver badge that was better than the official mage's badge. It was a light gold badge that represented a 1-star mage. On the other hand, Ingrid's badge was made of a purple crystal that was similar to a crystal. It represented the purple crystal badge of a 2-star sorcerer. The 3 of them took out their badges and stamped their magic seals on the positions belonging to Party A and Party B respectively. They also signed their names on the contract. Maria took back the magic contract from Seito and the other 2 and checked it briefly. She also took out 2 badges that represented her identity as Fur's agency and her identity. She stamped the magic contract on the spot that was reserved for third parties to sign. She also signed her own name. In that case, the contract is officially in effect. After a faint blue light flashed on a magic contract, Maria looked at Sei Ito and the other 2 with a smile and said, "Welcome." Sei Ito stood up from the sofa and put his right hand in front of Ingrid. "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Ingrid stood up from the sofa with Betty and reached out her white and tender hand to shake Sei Ito's right hand. She smiled charmingly. Pleasant cooperation. After Ingrid, Betty also reached out her hand to shake Sei Ito's hand. "Are you going to join us immediately? Or do you want to take care of your personal matters first?" Sei Ito let go of Betty's hand and looked at her and Ingrid. "Let's not do it today. Let's start tomorrow." After saying that, Betty shook her head slightly. "I need 3 days to take care of my personal matters." Ingrid continued, "Okay, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, you can go to the 8th floor of the Holiday Hotel and find me in room 8116. Sei Ito heard this and decided without hesitation. "Okay." Ingrid and Betty, who got 2 days of free time, nodded in agreement. "Okay, now that we've finished our business, may I have the honor of inviting the 3 beautiful ladies to have a drink with me?" Sei Ito had a smile on his face. With one hand in front of him and the other behind his back, he leaned his body slightly and invited Betty, Ingrid, and Maria like a gentleman. "Why not?" Ingrid raised her hand and put it on Sei Ito's palm with a smile. "Of course." Betty also didn't refuse. "Thanks to you guys, I've completed a big order. Also, it's necessary to accompany customers for a meal for the sake of business. So, I have no problem with that." Maria said with a playful look. "Okay then, please, 3 beautiful ladies." Seeing that the 3 of them had agreed, Ito-sei straightened up and walked quickly to the door of the reception room. He reached out to open the door and stepped aside to let them pass. He looked at Betty, Ingrid, and Maria and smiled. The 3 of them looked at each other and walked out of the reception room with a smile. However, when Maria, who was the last to leave, walked past Sei Ito once again reached out his evil hand and pinched her, but when she wasn't paying attention. Maria, who was suddenly attacked by Sei Ito, subconsciously let out a low cry. Then, under the curious gaze of Betty and Ingrid, she smiled and shook her head at them to indicate that she was fine. Then, when the 2 of them turned around to continue walking, she glared fiercely at Sei Ito, who had a weird smile on his face. "So bouncy." Sei Ito walked to Maria's side and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. After that, Sei Ito, Betty, and Ingrid walked out of the agency and waited for a moment at the door. Then, they met up with Maria, who had stored the contract in the reference room and tidied up a little. Together, they walked to the famous restaurant on Merlin Street. "Sai, who asked you to be so smug? How could you forget the fact that the UK is the home of the dark cuisine world? Look at you now, you ate a stomach full of dark cuisine." After an hour or so, Sei Ito walked back to the Holiday Hotel with Betty, Ingrid, and Maria, who secretly left him a contact number and was ready to have a super friendly discussion with him. "Looks like I really can't have any expectations for the UK's cooking world anymore. Even if it's a magical realm with daily magic, spices, and magical ingredients, it's still the same." After a while, Sei Ito, who had returned to the hotel room, put his boring thoughts aside. He flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and returned to his home in the city. After chatting with his sister Suzu Ito for a while, he directly went back to his bedroom and sat down cross-legged. While he was copying the contents of the books that he had memorized from the library, he was in the process of copying. He was digesting the knowledge from the books. He was in the process of copying the books and digesting the knowledge from books. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Phew! Finally done. At this time, Sei Ito, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, gently exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. "Ah Chung, you're awake. You're awake." As soon as his voice fell, Yiye's happy voice immediately sounded in his ear. "Uh-huh. When did you come back?" Sei Ito, who stretched his legs and relaxed his body, looked at Yi in front of him with a smile and asked, "I've been back for a while." Yi moved his body to Sei Ito's side, reached out his hand to hold Sei Ito's arm, and rested his head on Sei Ito's shoulder and said, "Did you see your sister?" Sei asked softly as he gently lifted his right arm that wasn't held by Aya and gently moved the bangs on her forehead. "Yes." Yi replied softly, then raised his head slightly, looked at Sei Ito's side face, and thanked him. "Thank you, Chum." Silly, Sei Ito, who knew why Yi thanked him, flicked Yi's forehead and sighed softly. "I'm not silly." Yi raised his hand to cover his forehead and pouted cutely. Sei Ito, who was gently playing with Yi's finger with his right hand, suddenly said, "Yi, tomorrow, teach Jeon Yi the tantric sex cultivation method I taught you. After all, she has the Amaterasu Dragon Gate. It's a pity to waste it." Aren't you asking my sister to cultivate the yin-yang method?" Yi asked curiously. "Yes, but cultivating the yin-yang method doesn't conflict with cultivating the chakra. And with Jeon Ye's talent and intelligence, cultivating the two things together doesn't conflict." Sei Ito explained with a chuckle. "I'm just a little curious. Why did you ask my sister to cultivate the yin-yang method?" Yi, who recognized his sister's talent and intelligence, nodded first, and then asked the question in his heart. "Do you still remember the chi cultivation method that your sister often uses?" Sei Ito didn't directly answer Yi's question. Instead, he asked back. After Yi nodded in response, he continued to explain, "In my opinion, that technique is the product of the combination of the yin-yang method and chi. Therefore, I thought that since your sister can master that technique, she must also have the talent to cultivate the yin-yang method. That's why I gave her the family's yin-yang method book and let her systematically learn the knowledge of the yin-yang method." "I see," Yi said after listening to Sei Ito's explanation. "Well, you stay at home first. I'll deal with these newly obtained books," Sei Ito said as he gently straightened Yi's body and stood up from the ground. "Okay." Yi, whose eyes followed Sei Ito's movements, nodded and said. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yi in an instant. "Sister, Chung," Yi muttered to himself in a daze as he looked at the empty bedroom. Sei Ito, who left the bedroom, instantly appeared in the large laboratory. Then, Sei Ito called Royd, Erica, Nina, Lakshata, Celine, Cecil, and Emma, who was summoned from the biological laboratory. He told them about the new batch of magic books that he had obtained. "I'll enter those books into the database later. When the time comes, you can use your accounts to log in to the internal website and browse. After you have a general understanding of magic, I'll officially teach you the cultivation techniques of magic," Sei Ito said to everyone standing in front of him. "In addition, Emma and Cecil, the two of you can read more about potions and increase your understanding of the manufacturing methods of special potions, as well as the knowledge of refining materials. Royd, Nina, Erica, Lakshata, and Celine, the five of you can read about magical matrices. The special way of using energy may provide some inspiration and help for your research." Then, Sei Ito said to Emma, Cecil, Royd, Nina, Erica, Lakshata, and Celine respectively. "Okay." Cecil and the others nodded in agreement one after another. "All right, I won't disturb your research anymore. Go back to your work." Seeing that everyone understood, Sei said. Then he sent Emma back to the biological laboratory, and then he set off to return home. With nothing to do for the time being, Sei Ito soon chatted with Yi, his mother, Eriko, and his elder sister, Suzu Ito. As for Ito Reina, no one knew if she was with her good friend, Yamashita Linghua, or doing something else. She wasn't at home at the moment. Just like that, as they chatted and watched television programs, it was already late at night in the blink of an eye. Then, feeling sleepy, everyone left their seats one after another and went to the bathroom to wash up before returning to their respective bedrooms to rest. As the sun rose and the moon set, it was once again the next day. After finishing his morning exercise and having breakfast with his family, Ito-sei said goodbye to Eriko and the others and returned to his room in the main world. Then, he walked out of the room and left the hotel without any hesitation. He rushed to the library on Central Street, and after using his universal card to transfer a certain amount of money, he continued to browse through various books and records under the gaze of others who were looking at him as if he was an idiot. He only stopped when he had an appointment with Maria to meet the other 5 female sorcerers. Then, he went to the Foss Agency to meet the 5 female sorcerers. After some discussion, 3 of the 5 female magicians rejected Sei Ito's invitation on the spot. After the other 2 magicians haggled for a while, one of them wasn't satisfied with the final result and left, leaving only the last magician, Bella Jackson, to sign the employment contract with Sei Ito. So far, among the 8 candidates who met the requirements, only Betty, Ingrid, and Bella became Sei Ito's magic consultants and targets. Chapter 798. Looks like I have to buy a house in the magician's realm. After all, it's not a good idea to stay in the Holiday Inn all the time. Also, when Betty and the other 2 magic consultants arrive, it's impossible to get a suite for them. If that's the case, even if I have a lot of money, I won't be able to last long. Sei Ito thought to himself as he watched Bella Jackson leave the agency with 2 days of buffer time to deal with her personal matters. Maria, do you know where I can buy a house around here? I'm talking about a better one with a bigger space. It would be best if it was a house that once belonged to a certain star-ranked mage. Sei Ito turned around and asked Maria, "Have you forgotten what I do and where you are standing right now?" Maria raised her right arm and pointed her index finger at the top of her head. She smiled and said, "Don't tell me you forgot what I do and where you're standing right now." "Oh, I asked a stupid question." After being reminded by Maria, Ito-sei, who remembered Maria's profession and where they were at this time, shook his head slightly and said with a chuckle, "Follow me." Maria first looked at Sei Ito in front of her with a funny expression and then nodded her head. After saying that, he turned around and walked toward his work position. Ito-sei, who got the signal, didn't hesitate. He quickly followed behind Maria and walked to her desk with her. "Other than what I said before, do you have any other requirements for the location of the house, the price, and any other conditions?" After a while, Maria lowered her body and sat on her chair while her hands skillfully operated the computer keyboard. "I don't have many requirements for the location, but if it's possible, of course, the closer it is to Merlin Street, the better. As for the price, as long as I'm satisfied with the house, even if I don't have the money now, I'll try my best to get it." With one hand on his waist and the other on the table, Ito-sei stood beside Maria and said while looking at the computer screen, "That way, it'll be easier to find it," Maria said. "Got it." Then the image on the computer screen changed and a large amount of information about the house appeared on the screen. At the eastern end of Merlin Street, there is a 1-star mage house for sale, but the area is a bit small, only about 80 square meters. The price is 13,000 Merlin gold. Maria moved the mouse. She said as she pulled up the information of the house at the top of the list. "The location is not bad, but the area is too small," Sei Ito said as he browsed through the information on the page. "That person doesn't have a house on Merlin Street. You should know that houses on Merlin Street are always in high demand as long as someone sells them." "It doesn't even take a day," Maria said helplessly. "It's okay. It's to have a house near Merlin Street. But if there really isn't one, I don't mind paying the Light Association to help me install a teleportation gate in my new house." Ito-sei didn't care about not being able to find a house near Merlin Street. That's if you really sell a star-ranked mage house. Maybe you don't even need to pay for a portal in the house. Seeing that Ito-seiji didn't care, Maria naturally didn't care either. She smiled and said, "That's true. If a star-ranked mage doesn't have a portal in the house, it would be hard for him to invite others to his house," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Then, what do you think of this house? It's in the Wolfgang area on the west side of Merlin Street. It's a standalone house surrounded by trees. It has an area of 220 square meters and is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is for living, and the second floor is a magic laboratory built by the original owner of the house. Maria said as she opened up the information of the house for Sei Ito to see. The environment and the house meet the requirements, but the area is still a bit small. Don't forget, I might have to live with 3 magic consultants, Sei Ito reminded her. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that, Maria apologized. Then she quickly closed the information on the screen and adjusted the display with the area of the house as the main information. What about this house? It's in the Elland area. It's also a standalone house, but it's built on a hill and there's almost no one around. It has an area of 600 square meters. It's castle style and has 3 floors. The first floor is the hall and kitchen for guests. The second floor is the bedroom and study, and the third floor is the warehouse, large magic laboratory, and magic training room. There's a portal in the interior, Maria said as she opened the information of the house. Not bad. How much is it? Sei Ito asked as he was satisfied with the house. 360,000 Merlin gold. Hearing Sei Ito's inquiry, Maria quickly closed several pages and found the price of the house. Looks like I'll have to go out and earn money for a while, Sei Ito said with a bitter smile as he looked at the price displayed on the screen. Are you sure you want to buy it? Although the information of this house is good, the location is indeed a bit too far away. You could spend less money to buy a house that's relatively close, but the condition of the house may not be as good as this one. Maria turned her chair and looked up at Sei Ito. But it's quiet, and it's a standalone house. I can renovate the place where the house is located and expand a lot. Sei Ito looked at Maria and smiled. But you have to understand that the Elland area is not peaceful. The people who live there are mainly poor people, and there are often bandits. It's very dangerous for you to live there with your strength. Seeing that Sei Ito was young and had a good impression of him, Maria reminded him as a friend. Then before Sei Ito could refute, she continued, even if you have 3 magic consultants with you, it's the same. After all, only one of them is a 2-star mage, and they don't look like the type who often fights. Compared to the Elland bandits, they may be as weak as 3 land birds. Hearing you say that, it does seem to be the case, but I think this kind of place is more suitable for me. Sei Ito's expression didn't change. He still looked at Maria with a smile and said, under the pressure of danger, I may be able to advance faster. Between life and strength, are you prepared to sacrifice your life in pursuit of strength? Maria looked at Sei Ito in surprise. Ever since she met him, he had given her the impression of being unruly, playful, and young. Why would I? I'm very afraid of death. Sei Ito looked at Maria in surprise. Then, without waiting for Maria to speak, he quickly continued, all right, Maria, I'm very grateful for your concern, but I still want to buy this house. Okay, you're the guest, you decide. Seeing that Sei Ito had already made up his mind, Maria shrugged and said, 360,000. That's really expensive. Sei Ito, who had persuaded Maria, looked at the price of the house on the screen and gasped. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly asked Maria, oh, right, Maria, who owns this house? What level is he? Let me see. It's Wizard Wagner Clive, a 2-star Golden Circle mage who is on the verge of a breakthrough. Maria said, a wizard, and a wizard who is about to break through to a 3-star rank. It seems like the Clive family will prosper for another 2 or 3 generations. Maria sighed with envy. Indeed, as long as this wizard named Wagner succeeds in breaking through, not only will the purity of the Clive family be strengthened, but they will also be able to add a new inherited spell to the foundation of their bloodline, making the Clive family's bloodline even stronger. Sei Ito also sighed. After browsing through the library for a while, Sei Ito finally understood the essential difference between wizards and mages. If the relationship between them could be summed up in one sentence, a wizard must be a mage, but a mage must not be a wizard. The reason for this was that in order to become a wizard and obtain the ability to use bloodline inherited spells, one must first have an ancestor who had mated with a non-human creature and successfully gave birth to a descendant. Secondly, when a mage broke through to a 3-star rank, which was S rank in the outside world, they would undergo special treatment of their bloodline. Then, through the power of the law, a spell would be sealed in the bloodline, turning it into the source of the wizard's bloodline. Of course, using special methods to forcefully change one's bloodline was not without a price. The end result of doing this was that it would damage the foundation of the S-rank powerhouse. Not only would it cause him to lose the chance to continue breaking through to the legendary rank, but it would also quickly consume his own lifespan, causing him to live much shorter than a normal S-rank powerhouse. Therefore, if it was not really hopeless, S-rank powerhouses would not be willing to spend so much effort to change their bloodline and then focus on creating a harem to pass on their bloodline. Therefore, as long as one was a wizard, their ancestors would either have mated with a non-human creature and gave birth to a descendant, or they would have the strength to enter the S-rank. Then why did he sell the house? Seito put aside the useless sighs in his heart and continued to ask with concern. There's no explanation. Maria shook her head. If there's no explanation, then forget it, Seito said indifferently. Then he reached out and patted Maria's shoulder and said, Okay, I'm going to get some money. When I come back, I'll treat you to a meal. Good luck, Maria said as she looked at Seito, who had turned away from her and walked slowly towards the outside of the agency. Hearing Maria's blessing, Seito did not turn back. He just raised his arm and waved to Maria with his back facing her and continued to walk toward the outside of the Firth's terminal. Chapter 799. Seito paid for his room for a few days and left a note for the waiter to pass to Betty, Ingrid, and Bella, who would be coming to see him in 2 days. Then, he left the hotel and went to the spatial connection point on Merlin Street. He cast the secret spell he learned from the Magic Association and left the demon realm, appearing in a certain city in England. Since I've decided to buy a house, I might as well buy a house in England, Seito thought as he walked out a strange bar. At this time, Seito's figure suddenly disappeared from the bar's corridor. Not bad. In the past 3 days in the demon realm, the gang members have been quite diligent. They actually threw so many positioning spells in another city. Since that's the case, I don't have to go to that city anymore. I can just go to another city and continue to control the gang members. Seito appeared in an alley with a flying thunder god positioning spell and closed his eyes. Then, Seito once again began to set up the black sphere system that he had been doing since he returned to the main world. However, in the end, it was Seito's first time in England. Moreover, after he arrived, he met the witch Sally after fighting with Bartlett and sneaked into the demon realm with her. Therefore, other than controlling a gang leader in the city to help him throw iron pieces with a flying thunder god positioning spell, there was no one else to help him. Therefore, Seito only took a few minutes to set up the black sphere system receiver in the entire city. Phew, it's time to accept the bounty mission and start making money, Seito said as he teleported to the roof of a building. He immediately flipped his palm and held the mission terminal in his hand. Then, Seito opened the mission terminal and logged into the Bounty Union's mission posting website a few seconds later. Ding dong, you have a new message. At this time, a notification sound similar to a doorbell sounded from the mission terminal. Frowning slightly, Seito reached out to open a message box and check the message sent by Elsie, his subordinate in France. As the message unfolded, a page of a bounty mission automatically popped up and presented the contents to Seito. Mission type, unrestricted. Mission content, find the whereabouts of this man. Mission target information, name, Seito, age, 19, place of birth, Japan. Other information, proficient in Chinese martial arts and Japanese yin and yang. Strength rating, A. Mission reward, $300,000. Note, those who provide valid information will also receive a reward of $5,000. On the bounty mission form, information about Seito appeared clearly. Seito, please contact me as soon as possible. I have something important to discuss with you. At the same time, at the bottom of the mission form, A paragraph that had nothing to do with the mission content was written. That thing, does that mean the person who issued the mission is Bartlett? Say Ito frowned as he stared at the information on the screen. After a while, Say Ito, who still didn't understand why Bartlett was looking for him with such great fanfare, took out his phone from the Rubik's Cube world and turned it on a search for Bartlett's contact information. Ding, 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 ding. Just as Say Ito was looking for information, a series of messages rang out. A series of text messages rang out from the phone. After about 10 seconds, Say Ito opened a message box and checked the messages one by one. Looks like that bastard Bartlett is really anxious. Say Ito chuckled as he looked at the list of incoming calls. Other than 4 or 5 from his subordinates, Elsie and Galia, the rest were all marked with Bartlett's name. Ding, ling, 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 ling. Before Say Ito could finish reading all the messages, his phone suddenly rang again. Bartlett. Bartlett's name was clearly displayed on the screen. Looks like you're paying a lot of attention to my phone signal. I just turned on my phone and you already received a signal. This efficiency is really... Say Ito pressed the answer button and put the phone next to his ear. His tone and face were full of mockery. Because we're good friends, right? Bartlett's tone was strangely relaxed as he laughed. Who the hell is your good friend? Say Ito retorted bluntly. He then frowned slightly and questioned the phone in a deep voice. Tell me, what do you want? My goal hasn't changed. It's still that thing. Bartlett didn't care about Say Ito's unfriendly tone and said directly. Then, as if he was afraid that Say Ito would hang up on him, he hurriedly continued. But this time, let's change the way we trade. I think this new method will definitely satisfy you. What do you mean? Say Ito didn't know what Bartlett was up to. It's very simple. I want to cooperate with you. Bartlett said straightforwardly. What? Don't tell me you intend to give up on searching for me and put me in the same position as you to cooperate with you in exploring the temple you mentioned? Say Ito said in a mocking tone. That's right. But what Say Ito didn't expect was that Bartlett actually admitted to it. Actually, the reason for this was very simple. Without the threat of his family's safety and without the normal tracking methods, Say Ito, who could disappear from the eyes of his pursuers with his transformation technique, was too difficult to deal with. Bartlett was afraid that if this continued, it would trigger other unforeseen events and cause some of his preparations to be scrapped. Therefore, in order to avoid any unexpected accidents, Bartlett decided to compromise for the time being and use the excuse of cooperating with Say Ito to stabilize the temple development plan. As for after the development plan, which was after the temple was open, Bartlett believed that Say Ito wouldn't be able to play any tricks with his many men and preparations. He would be an ant that Bartlett could crush at will. He could do whatever he wanted with Say Ito. Are you for real? Say Ito questioned with a frown. He didn't trust Bartlett, who had betrayed his feelings to the truth. Yes, it's not good for both of us if we continue fighting like this. Moreover, it's easy for accidents to happen because of this. In order for things to progress smoothly, I've decided to put our grudges aside for the time being and start the exploration of the temple together. Bartlett straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. If you're serious, I can agree to your suggestion. Say Ito replied after a moment of silence. He didn't feel anything wrong with Bartlett's words. Very well. If that's the case, keep your signal open and wait for my notification. With the temple as a lure, Bartlett knew that Say Ito would definitely agree to his request. Sure, but I hope you won't play any tricks during this period. Otherwise, you'll never get that component key. Say Ito threatened Bartlett coldly, as he was afraid that Bartlett would use the signal to relocate and hunt him down during this period and cause trouble for him. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, Bartlett said. I hope so. Say Ito replied with a cold humph. Then, he cut off the communication unilaterally and put the phone back into his pocket. Looks like I'll have to put the mission aside for now. Say Ito replied to Elsie with the ignore it message and put away the closed mission terminal. He looked at the setting sun and muttered to himself. Say Ito's figure flashed again and disappeared from the rooftop. A minute later, Say Ito, who suddenly appeared in another city in the United Kingdom, found a local triad organization. He used hypnosis to control the leader of the Triad organization and ordered his subordinates to throw iron plates with the Flying Thunder God spell all over the city. Then, he teleported away from the city again and went to the next city to continue to find people to help him throw iron plates. Just like that, one after another, Seito had passed through most of the cities in the United Kingdom and controlled a large number of Triad organization leaders to throw iron plates all over the city for him. That's it for today. Tomorrow, I'll take control of the last half of the cities. Seito thought to himself as he appeared in a huge football stadium and watched the game between the two Premier League teams on the field while the people around him were not paying attention. Sure enough, being there is different than watching it in front of the TV. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers of the fans around him, Seito, who was slightly excited, whispered, "Gulul." At this moment, the commentators' excited shouts suddenly came from the broadcast above the stadium. Oh! The next moment, the fans around Seito stood up from their seats as if they had taken stimulants. They excitedly hugged the familiar or unfamiliar fans of the same team around them while shouting and celebrating loudly. As a fake fan mixed in with the real fans, Seito was also carelessly hugged by a British man next to him who reeked of alcohol and a strange smell. The man took a bite on his face. F***CK. Seito, who was frightened, cursed in a low voice. He pushed the guy next to him away and stepped back. "It seems that I came to the wrong place." Seito, who secretly gathered a ball of water in his palm to wipe his cheeks, shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Then, he teleported away from the stadium again when no one was paying attention and randomly found a hotel to check in. Chapter 800. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and NXCX for their tips. Ring, ring, ring. That afternoon, the phone suddenly rang and awakened Seito, who was comprehending the power of the rules of the main world. It had been 5 days since the last time Bartlett contacted him. In these 5 days, not only did Seito finish setting up the Black Sphere system in the entire United Kingdom, he also returned to the magical realm on the 3rd day after the contact to see Betty, Ingrid, and Bella, the 3 magic consultants he had hired. He roughly told them that he was busy recently and gave them a short break before returning to the outside world. He wandered around the United Kingdom with a sightseeing mentality while waiting for Bartlett's notification. "Hello." He reached out to take the phone from the side and lowered his head to casually look at the caller displayed on the phone screen. Then, his expression became serious as he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. "Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Meet 35 kilometers southeast of the border between French Algeria and Spanish Morocco." Bartlett's voice had a rare seriousness on the phone. "Got it." Seito nodded and said. Then, there was nothing else to talk about, so the two hung up and ended the call. 35 kilometers southeast of the border between Algeria and Morocco. I remember that is the edge of the Sahara Desert. Could it be that the so-called temple is located in the Sahara Desert? Seito, who casually put the phone aside, pondered. Forget it. Who cares if it is in the Sahara Desert? Now is the time to prepare some things to deal with those unknown dangers. After a moment, Seito temporarily put these brainless thoughts aside and sighed softly. Then, with a thought, he summoned all the special materials he had bought from the Alchemist Association and the magical realm in front of him, and began to make them into the items he wanted one by one. Just like that, in the midst of non-stop manufacturing, it was already late at night in the blink of an eye. After that, Seito, who had put away all the completed items, sat cross-legged on the bed again and assumed a posture with his palms facing the sky as he began to cultivate and recharge his energy. He wanted to be in the best state to deal with any situation he might encounter tomorrow. Unknowingly, the dark sky turned blue again, and the warm sunlight shone on Seito through the hotel window. "It's time to depart," Seito muttered to himself as he slowly opened his eyes. "It's time to depart." Then he stood up from the bed and put his phone into the Rubik's Cube world to cut off Bartlett's possible signal location. Only then did he leave the room after a simple bath and a meal. He went to the lobby on the first floor and paid for the room. He activated instant transmission in a place where no one was around and rushed to the location mentioned in the phone call at high speed. Algeria was located in Africa, close to the Mediterranean Sea and across the sea from Spain on the European continent. Therefore, in terms of distance, it was one of the African countries closest to the United Kingdom. Therefore, Sei Ito, who used instant transmission, did not take long to officially enter Algeria's territory and appeared in the nearest town to the designated location. He bought a set of very Islamic clothes and changed into them before walking to the designated location. However, Sei Ito did not choose the best time. It was the hottest time of the day. Therefore, Sei Ito soon felt the troublesome high temperature and hot ground brought about by traveling at this time of the day. Fortunately, Sei Ito was not an ordinary person. When he really could not bear the heat, he directly opened his virtual domain and turned it into a thin layer of film that stuck to his skin. Then he cast an ice cooling spell between the virtual domain film and his skin to cool himself down. Just like that, Sei Ito, who was no longer troubled by the high temperature, arrived at the designated location that Bartlett told him about at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Seems like I'm early," Sei Ito said with a smile when he saw that there was no one else at the designated location. Sei Ito did not seem to make any movements, but the golden sand under his feet immediately retreated like flowing water. In a short while, a pit was formed under Sei Ito's feet, and Sei Ito slowly sank into the sand. This should be the place. When his entire body was immersed in the sand, and he could no longer feel the external heat, Sei Ito stopped controlling the sand. He closed his eyes and rested in the sand while waiting for Bartlett and the others to arrive. A few hours later, a slight vibration came from the surrounding sand and woke up Sei Ito, who was resting with his eyes closed. "They're here." Sei Ito, who knew the cause of the vibration, thought to himself. He once again controlled the surrounding sand and slowly rose from the ground. The moment Sei Ito rose from the ground, 4 to 5 large dune buggies immediately appeared in front of him and drove towards Sei Ito's location at high speed. Ha! Half a minute later, the sound of wheels rolling over sand could be heard. The large dune buggies slowly stopped near Sei Ito. Then, a Middle Eastern-looking young man who was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a strange combat uniform jumped down from one of the dune buggies and walked towards Sei Ito, who had not moved at all. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Sei Ito?" The young man stopped about 2 meters away from Sei Ito and asked loudly. "That's me," Sei Ito said faintly. "I'm Mr. Bartlett's subordinate. Mr. Bartlett is currently on one of the dune buggies. Please follow me," the young man said after he saw Sei Ito's acknowledgement. He relaxed his tense body and said, "No need. I'll just find a random car and follow you." Sei Ito refused as he was still wary of Bartlett. Then he stomped on the ground and jumped onto the top of one of the large dune buggies while creating a shallow pit in the sand. The young man who didn't expect Sei Ito to do this looked at Sei Ito with his mouth agape. In the end, he could only return to the dune buggies with a helpless expression and reply to Bartlett. Not long after, as the bodies of the dune buggies trembled slightly, a few large dune buggies started up again and sped towards the endless Sahara Desert. Just as Sei Ito thought the dune buggies wouldn't stop along the way, the convoy stopped once again and met up with the other 2 groups of people before starting the dune buggies again and driving off into the distance. This time, the enlarged convoy didn't stop along the way. It wasn't until a few hours later, when the entire desert was filled with cold air, that they stopped at a certain spot. Bang, 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 bang. As the vehicle stopped, a large number of people began to jump off the large dune buggies. In the blink of an eye, there was a group of more than 30 people. They split into 3 groups and stood on the sand. What surprised Sei Ito was that one of the 3 groups of people was actually a team of Eastern and Western people. The few Easterners in the team were obviously martial artists or martial arts experts. Each of them had a mysterious light in their eyes. They seemed to be careless, but they were actually very vigilant as they looked around. "Sir, His Excellency Bartlett requests your presence." At that moment, At this moment, one of Bartlett's subordinates came to Sei Ito's side and said, "Bring me over." Sei Ito nodded and said, after noticing Bartlett was with a few strangers. He then followed the person who came to inform him. He walked towards Bartlett and the stranger. "This is the last collaborator?" As soon as Sei Ito walked into the circle, one of the strangers had sunken eyes and a tall nose. He looked very British. A middle-aged man, around 35 years old, frowned and said. As the middle-aged man spoke, the other strangers all looked towards Sei Ito, especially the man who was obviously Chinese. He looked at Sei Ito with interest. He didn't expect the last collaborator to not only be an Easterner, but also such a young one. That's right. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. His strength has already reached grade A. Even I had no choice but to pull him into the collaboration plan after I couldn't find any trouble with him. Bartlett glanced at Sei Ito meaningfully and said. As soon as Bartlett finished his sentence, everyone's expression changed. They looked at their young collaborator with a serious expression. Bartlett really doesn't have good intentions. He's obviously trying to use me as a target. Sei Ito felt the change in the atmosphere in the training hall, but his expression didn't change. "Bartlett, aren't you going to introduce them to me?" Sei Ito looked at the strangers and asked Bartlett calmly. "Of course." Bartlett smiled and pointed at the middle-aged man who spoke first. "This is Grand Knight Adam Hill from the Knights of the Round Table in England." It's the Knights of the Round Table. So it seems that the two men guarding this guy, named Adam, are also Knights of the Round Table. Ito Sei was slightly surprised and thought to himself, "This is Mr. Chun Honda from the American Freemasonry." Bartlett moved his arm and pointed at the Chinese man who was about 1.8 meters tall, had a well-proportioned body, and looked to be in his 40s. He had a faint smile on his face as he introduced him. Xinghui. Compared to the arrogant Adam Hill, Chun Honda, who maintained the principle that harmony breeds wealth and didn't easily make enemies, spoke to Sei Ito. Xinghui. Sei Ito cupped his fist and replied to Chun Honda in Chinese. At the same time, he thought to himself, I didn't expect to see a real member of the Freemasonry here. I remember that they were the product of the combination of the anti-Qing and anti-Qing organizations and the Freemasonry during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. I wonder how much of the characteristics of the ancients they have retained after such a long time. Chun Honda's eyes lit up when he saw Sei Ito's way of returning the greeting. An even brighter smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Bartlett and Adam frowned slightly when they saw Sei Ito and Chun Honda's reactions. No one knew what they were thinking. Hee, they're already thinking about it. This way, I'll be even safer. Sei Ito, who had been paying attention to Bartlett all this time, immediately noticed the changes in his expression and laughed in his heart. All right, now that everyone is here, let's confirm the last thing. Bartlett said to everyone after they finished greeting each other. Don't worry. After entering the Divine Temple, we will do our best to cooperate with Sir Bartlett and complete the exploration of the Divine Temple. However, after this is over, don't forget what you promised. Chun Honda looked at Bartlett and said, Don't worry about this, Mr. Chun. You should know that our Sage Parliament has never broken our promises. Bartlett looked at Chun Honda and smiled. Sage Parliament. Looks like this Bartlett is a big shot in the Sage Parliament. No wonder his Dark Moon organization is so powerful. Although they aren't well known, I wonder what role this Bartlett plays in the Sage Parliament. Sei Ito thought to himself after hearing the conversation between Chun Honda and Bartlett. Since we've made a promise, we won't go back on it. This is one of the rules of us knights. The arrogant Adam said with disdain, If that's the case, then please hand over the parts in your hands to me. Bartlett, who knew a lot about the rules of knights, nodded and said to everyone. He believed Adam's words. Hearing Bartlett's request, no one objected. They handed over the parts in their hands to Bartlett one by one. Other than the wooden stick in Sei Ito's hand, the Knights of the Round Table handed over a bead and some fragments. The Freemasonry handed over 2 rings, a container, and a similar pile of fragments. After taking all the parts in his hands, Bartlett turned around and put them together with the parts and fragments his subordinates took out. Then, he activated all the parts and fragments with an unknown special method. In an instant, a pale green light suddenly emerged from the pile of fragments and parts. It wrapped around them and slowly floated in the air, gradually moving closer to each other. Then, the moment all the light balls touched each other, they emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the cold desert under the dark night sky. After a while, when all the light disappeared, a strangely shaped dark green object that looked like an enlarged hexagonal snowflake appeared in the air. It floated under the support of an unknown power. It's done. Now we just need to wait for my subordinates to finish setting up the altar in the opening time. Bartlett reached out and grabbed the temple key with a smile. After hearing Bartlett's words, Ito noticed that not far away, Bartlett's subordinates were building a stair-shaped but pointless square golden tower in the desert. I see. No wonder Bartlett is in charge of this operation. It's because he has the most information. Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Chapter 801. Little Brother. At this moment, Chun Honda's voice sounded in Ito's ear. Mr. Chun. Hearing the greeting, Ito quickly turned around to look at the other party, cupped his fist, and replied in Chinese. On the side, Bartlett and Adam Hill, who were watching Chun Honda and Ito together, both frowned. No one knew what they were thinking. Little brother, are you Chinese? Chun Honda also said in Chinese. Yes. Ito nodded and said. Not to mention that his soul was a genuine Chinese. Even the father of this body was also a genuine Chinese. He was not afraid of any investigation at all. Since you're all Chinese, little brother, you can be with us during the operation in a while. We could take care of each other. Chun Honda said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Although Chun Honda said that he was letting Ito follow the Freemasonry team because he was Chinese, how could Ito not understand that the other party was recruiting people? However, Ito, who also wanted to use the Freemasonry as a temporary shield, didn't mind and nodded without hesitation. You're welcome. Chun Honda smiled, then looked at Ito and continued. I'm a little older than you. If little brother doesn't mind, you can call me Uncle Chun. Okay, Uncle Chun. Ito first showed a hesitant look on his face, then called out. Okay. Chun Honda responded loudly. By the way, where is little brother working now? Then, Chun Honda continued to ask. I'm still an idle person for the time being. I take missions in the Bounty Union when I have nothing to do. Ito replied. Oh, with your skills. You haven't joined any organization yet. That's surprising. Hearing Ito's answer, Chun Honda's eyes flashed, and he said with a slightly surprised expression, How about it? Do you want to join our Freemasonry? I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be able to obtain an important position. Not only will you be able to avoid the trouble of running around for missions and money, but you will also be able to enjoy the resources of the guild and increase your cultivation speed. Chun Honda continued before Ito could say anything. Forget it. After Ito heard this, he deliberately showed a contemplative look. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he shook his head slightly and refused. What's wrong? Hearing the rejection, Chun Honda frowned slightly and asked, After joining the organization, you can get help from the organization's resources. However, it made me feel like I was being kept in captivity. I'm afraid that when the time comes, not only will it not make me feel comfortable, but it will also affect my cultivation. After all, it's hard to explain things like inner demons, Ito explained. I see. After a few seconds of silence, Chun Honda sighed with regret. Forget it. But if you want to join any organization, the doors of our Freemasonry will always be open for you. Okay, if I really want to join any organization, I will definitely consider the Freemasonry first. Ito promised with a serious face. Chun Honda nodded and chatted with Ito again. Until more than 10 minutes later, he was called over by his men. Master Chun, is it necessary for you to spend so much effort to rope in a child? After dealing with the matters of his men, the burly middle-aged man beside Chun Honda, who was about 1.8 meters tall, wore thin clothes, and had a crew cut, said, "Don't underestimate that kid. He's not simple." Chun Honda said with a meaningful expression on his face. "Do you remember what Bartlett said when he introduced him to us?" Then Chun Honda looked at Sei Ito, who was still standing alone, and asked the three men beside him with a puzzled look. "He's alone, but he can make Bartlett, who controls a large organization, feel troubled and compromised. Do you think he's simple?" After seeing the thoughtful look on their faces, he said, "Also, have you noticed another situation?" Chun Honda asked the three men again. "What?" The man with the crew cut asked back, confused. "Master Chun, are you talking about the return gift?" The other man, who was about 1.75 meters tall, was slightly thinner than the man with the crew cut, and looked like a southerner, said thoughtfully, "That's right. Through a simple gift in return, he not only closed the gap between us, but also unraveled the trap that Bartlett laid when he introduced us. He also planted a seed in the hearts of us, Bartlett and that Adam. Such intelligence and methods, Chun Honda chuckled. "Really?" The man with the crew cut patted his head with his thick palm and said in confusion, "Can't you use your brain?" The thin man at the side rolled his eyes at the tall man. It's not like you don't know that I hate these twists and turns." The tall man grinned. "Then do you still remember the way that kid returned the gift?" The thin man shook his head speechlessly and asked, "Of course I remember the return gift that is unique to us." The tall man replied, "Using Chinese and the fist salute used between warriors, plus that kid's appearance. How can the Westerners who are naturally repulsed by us Orientals not have any thoughts?" The thin man continued to ask, "That's true. That kid is really sinister." The tall man finally reacted, and his expression changed slightly. "Moreover, he's alone and has no ties. His strength isn't weak among us either. If he joins any one of us, he might put pressure on the other two parties. Now that he's obviously showing his closeness to us, wouldn't the Knights of the Round Table and Bartlett, who suddenly felt the pressure, have some thoughts?" The last of Chun Honda's trio, a well-proportioned middle-aged man who was also about 1.8 meters tall, continued, "If that's the case, Master Chun, you shouldn't go over there. Isn't this clearly making our Freemasonry into a target?" The crew-cut man who thought of something looked at Chun Honda with a puzzled expression. "You're right, but this kind of thing isn't something that they won't think about if we don't do anything. So instead of doing nothing and still letting them guard against us, why not do something and settle the matter directly? It's better to increase our safety in the next operation." Chun Honda, who knew the crew-cut man's character very well, didn't mind his words, which seemed to be doubtful of his leadership. He explained with a smile on his face. "Then what's the result?" the crew-cut man asked. "Half and half." Chun Honda shook his head slightly and said. Then he turned to look at Bartlett and the Knights of the Round Table on the other side and said, "All right, let's ignore him for now. Anyway, that kid will join our team in a while. I believe that with his intelligence, he won't do anything that will harm others or himself. When the time comes, we just need to guard against the two groups of people over there." "Understood." The three people on the side responded in unison. Just like that, the time that Bartlett mentioned finally arrived as one person and three groups waited with their own thoughts. "Is everyone ready?" Bartlett, who was holding the key, asked Sei Ito, Chun Honda, Adam Hill, and the three groups of people who came with him. After everyone nodded in confirmation, he turned his head and looked at the newly completed three-tiered altar not far away. With the temple key in one hand and a heavy seal bag in the other, he walked up to the altar step by step. Whoosh! Half a minute later, Bartlett, who walked up to the altar, broke the seal bag in his hand. In an instant, a large amount of bright red liquid spurted out from the broken bag and splashed onto the top of the altar. It then flowed outwards along the complicated patterns on the altar. At this time, Bartlett, who had casually thrown the broken bag aside, grabbed the two ends of the key and raised it above his head. He looked up at the key in his hand and chanted a strange incantation with a heavy and solemn voice. At first, everything was normal, but after more than 10 seconds, a wave of void ripples spread out in all directions with the key in Bartlett's hand as the center, rushing into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Not long after this continuous ripple, a magnitude 3 to 4 earthquake suddenly came from under everyone's feet. Most of the people who couldn't defend themselves in time lost their balance and started swaying unsteadily. This tremor lasted for 5 to 6 minutes, but it still showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. However, just when the earthquake reached magnitude 6 on the Richter scale, a pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared in the night sky with a cracking sound. Then, a strange pressure came from the spatial rift and spread to the bottom of everyone's hearts. Everyone couldn't help but become serious. Then, the spatial rift became bigger and bigger. Cracks in the spatial rift spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge and heavy pressure came from the spatial rift and spread to the bottom of everyone's hearts, exerting a mental burden on everyone. Under this pressure, 2 members of the team groaned on the spot due to their insufficient mental strength. They fell to the ground with pale faces and endured the mental whipping with a pained expression. Although the others didn't fall to the ground like those 2, their faces were also pale. A layer of sweat gradually appeared on their foreheads. However, no one paid attention to their own conditions at this moment, because at this moment, a huge sharp horn emerged from the spatial rift. Then, like the bow of a ship or a train, it pulled a pyramid that was twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza out of the spatial rift. Chapter 802. The moment the pyramid appeared, a huge spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, causing the people who were already in danger to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. At this moment, the only people who could still stand in the desert, other than Bartlett, who was protected by a mysterious power with the key in his hand, Sei Ito, who was protected by the Rubik's Cube, Chun Honda, who had an unknown cultivation level, the other person among his 3 subordinates other than the crew-cut man and the skinny man, and Adam Hill, who was wearing a set of armor and holding a greatsword in both hands. Perhaps all of us have been tricked by Bartlett. Seito secretly glanced at everyone's condition and pretended to be pale as he thought to himself as he looked at Bartlett, who was unharmed on the altar. At this moment, the key in Bartlett's hand suddenly shot out a bright white light that shone straight on one of the walls of the pyramid. As the light shone, another ripple appeared on the pyramid. Then, a pitch-black door appeared on the surface of the pyramid that had no traces of human activity. Then, the key that had completed its mission of opening the door flashed and turned into a stream of light that merged into Bartlett's body. Gotcha! The moment the key disappeared, a crisp sound suddenly came from the altar beneath Bartlett's feet. Then, the entire altar shattered into a pile of powder like a weathered stone and scattered on the sand. Everyone, let's go in. Bartlett, who was prepared for this, landed on the ground smoothly without any surprise. He turned around and looked at Sei Ito, Chun Honda, the other Chinese man, and Adam Hill, who was wearing armor and wielding a greatsword. Bartlett, there must be something you haven't told us. Chun Honda squinted at Bartlett and said in a deep voice, "There are indeed some things, but they are all unimportant. Moreover, they are the secrets of the Sage Parliament. I don't think I have any obligation to tell you." Bartlett, who was emitting a mysterious energy wave similar to the pyramid, said with a smile, "There is indeed no need to tell us the secrets of the Sage Parliament." Chun Honda looked at Bartlett quietly for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. Before Bartlett could speak, he continued, "But now isn't the right time. I think we should wait for our subordinates to recover some of their strength before exploring the temple." "I agree." The moment Chun Honda's words left his mouth, Adam Hill, who had also noticed Bartley's unique problem, immediately replied, "I agree." Sei Ito nodded in agreement. "All right, but I want to remind everyone that the Divine Temple's appearance will cause too much of a commotion. Maybe there would be experts from other organizations coming here. When the time comes, it's not up to us to decide what will happen." Bartlett didn't want to push himself to the opposite side of the crowd when he saw that the four remaining experts were against him. Thus, he spoke in a half-compromising, half-threatening manner. Compared to what's inside, I'm more concerned about the lives of this group of people who came with me. Shinhonda didn't know if he was being sincere or not, but the effect of his words was not bad. All the Freemasons on the ground who hadn't fainted yet, especially the Chinese among them, all of them had a grateful look in their eyes, as if they were willing to die for Shinhonda. Life is more important than anything else. Adam Hill continued. Recklessly throwing away the lives of others will be condemned by God and will enter hell after death. As expected of the guy named Adam, Seito glanced at Adam Hill and thought, all right then. Bartlett didn't even look at Seito when he saw the leaders of the two major factions had given up. He shrugged and agreed. He then turned to his men and ordered, take out the potion and use it. Hearing Bartlett's order, the subordinates of the Sage Parliament and the members of the Dark Moon organization took out a bottle of light yellow potion, opened the cap, and poured it into their mouths. Shinhonda and Adam Hill's expressions changed slightly when they saw the actions of Bartlett's men. After exchanging a glance, they also ordered their men. Use the potion. Use the potion. Following Shinhonda and Adam Hill's orders, the Freemasons and Knights of the Round Table quickly took out some pills or potions and put them into their mouths to recover. Seems like the Freemasons don't just have martial artists. They even have external alchemists who know alchemy, Seito thought after taking a glance at the pills in the Freemasons' hands. Here you go. Shinhonda's voice suddenly sounded in Seito's ears. Then, two white porcelain bottles flew towards Seito. Seito caught the two bottles with a wave of his hand. Then, he heard Shinhonda's voice again. One of the bottles has the rejuvenation pill. It can heal internal injuries. The other bottle has the vitality pill. It can nurse the spirit and recover a certain amount of mental trauma. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Seito didn't reject Shinhonda's obvious act of fawning over him. He kept the two bottles of pills and thanked Shinhonda with cupped fists. With the help of all sorts of pills and potions, the faces of the fallen members recovered and they stood up. Although they recovered, the members who fainted under the heavy pressure didn't fully recover. They still looked weak and barely held on. You guys stay behind. The rest of you follow me into the temple, Shinhonda said with a frown after taking in the situation of his men. With Shinhonda as an example, Adam Hill and Bartlett followed suit. They left the weak members outside and only brought the recovered members into the temple to explore. In this way, half of the team of more than 30 people was gone. Only 17 people were left, including Seito, Shinhonda, the middle-aged man who didn't fall, Adam Hill, Bartlett, and their subordinates. Excluding Seito and the other four who weren't injured, there were 4 members of the Freemasonry, 3 members of the Knights of the Round Table, and the rest were all members of the Sage Council. From this result, it was obvious that the healing potions from the Freemasonry and the Sage Council were more effective than the healing potions from the Knights of the Round Table. Let's go, Bartlett called out when he saw that everyone was ready. He then turned around and sprinted towards the temple with his hand in hand. Let's go too. Shinhonda looked at his 3 subordinates and Seito and called out. Then, everyone tapped their feet and quickly caught up with Bartlett's team using martial arts techniques. However, they didn't overtake them and rushed towards the temple with them. Behind them, the Knights of the Round Table team, which only had 4 people, including the Grand Knight Adam Hill, also took heavy steps and chased after the 2 teams in front of them. They rushed towards the temple. With everyone running at high speed, the 3 teams quickly reached the temple's open door and walked towards the unknown interior of the temple. Tap, 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 tap. The clear sound of footsteps immediately echoed in the empty corridor that was wide enough for 4 horses to pass side by side. Then, it gradually disappeared into the unknown length of the passage. How do you feel? Shinhonda asked Seito beside him. It's very strange. I keep having a feeling that something is going to happen. Hearing the question, Seito said with a frown. Do you have this feeling too? Shinhonda said in a low voice with a bad expression. Yes. Seito nodded in confirmation. Looks like we have to be careful. Seeing Sei Ito confirm, Chundiran said with a heavy expression. He then turned his head and whispered to the Freemasons behind him, "Be alert and be careful. This is an unknown place. Don't lose your lives accidentally." Understood. The Freemasons who received the order all responded with a solemn expression. You guys be careful. Pay special attention to that group of Easterners. At the same time, Adam Hill, who had the least number of people and was constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation, noticed the conversation between Sei Ito and Shinhonda and the changes in the Freemasons team. He whispered to the three knights beside him. Yes, the three replied in unison. Of course, there's also the Sage Council. Adam Hill looked at the relaxed Bartlett and continued to add, Okay. The three knights followed Adam Hill's gaze and looked at Bartlett and the others. As for Bartlett, although he also noticed the changes in the other two teams, he didn't care about it at all. He also didn't tell his subordinates to be careful. He just continued to lead the team forward along the long tunnel. Although the tunnel was very long, there was still an end. Therefore, after 5 to 6 minutes of walking, the scene in front of Sei Ito and the others immediately changed. A large number of skeletons of humans and beasts appeared in front of them. They're here. Everyone be careful. Chun Hongda reminded everyone. In fact, even without his reminder, everyone knew that something was wrong when they saw this strange scene. They all became cautious and took a step forward cautiously. And just as the entire team left the tunnel and entered the land of white bones and walked for a distance, the atmosphere in the tunnel suddenly changed. Then, the skeletons that were supposed to be lifeless trembled and crawled up from the ground with red eyes. They completely surrounded everyone in the middle of the skeletons. Seeing this, everyone felt that the situation was serious. Their expressions changed at the same time. They spontaneously formed a circle with their backs against each other, and each took a stance to guard against the skeletons that could attack at any time. Roar! At this moment, a sudden roar sounded from the bottom of everyone's heart. The surrounding human and bee skeletons immediately moved and rushed toward the circle formed by everyone. Chapter 803. Do it. As soon as Chun Hongda's voice fell, the people who formed the circular formation did not hesitate. They immediately stimulated the special energy in their bodies to summon wind blades, water curtains, ice arrows, fireballs, thunderbolts, and various other special weapons. They launched a series of sharp attacks at the skeletal beasts and skeletons that were rushing towards them from the surroundings. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a large number of explosions and the sound of heavy objects colliding reverberated in the empty passageway. How is this possible? At this moment, a member shouted in disbelief. What's wrong? Chun Hongda asked anxiously as he activated the energy in his body and sent out a blast of air with his palm, sending the skeletal beasts and skeletons in front of him flying. My attacks have no effect on them. Hearing the question, the man who exclaimed immediately replied loudly. What? Chun Hongda was shocked when he heard that and asked subconsciously. Boss, our attacks are the same. We can only push these monsters back, but we can't destroy them. Without waiting for the man to answer, the Freemasons immediately added. Same for us. As soon as the man finished speaking, the other two Freemasons also noticed the problem and quickly agreed. What about the others? Adam, Chun Hongda asked the others as he continued to send the skeletal beasts in front of him flying with his palm while paying close attention to the effects of his attacks. There's an effect, but it's not obvious. Adam Hill said without turning his head as he waved his specially made great sword with both hands and knocked a skeletal beast to the ground. Bartlett, Chun Hongda asked loudly again. There's really no effect. Bartlett, who had steel spears popping out of his body from time to time, replied. Walala. Just when everyone felt that their attacks were ineffective and their hearts were heavy, a voice rang out. A sound of something being scattered suddenly rang out in the passageway, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chung, how did you do that? Because the sound was closest to him, Chun Hongda subconsciously looked over and asked in surprise as Sei Ito withdrew his fist and kicked another skeletal beast away. It's not that our attacks have no effect, but they have to reach a certain level in an instant. Otherwise, any damage from our attacks can be evenly transferred to the entire body of these monsters. Then, when our attacks reach the upper limit of what their bodies can withstand, the collective effect will destroy them. Sei Ito explained as he used extraordinary strength fist, heaven guard kick, and psychokinesis to attack the monsters in front of him. Is that so? Wang Lei, give a try. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, expert Chun Honda said Chun Honda, who was uncertain. Okay. The tall and sturdy man with a crew cut grinned and agreed. He sat on his horse and lowered his shoulders. Using the method of circulating his strength, he gathered all the strength in his body into one and waved his palm at a monster that was charging in front of him. Open the steel, Kacha! Instantly. In an instant, a crisp sound rang out. The skeletal beast's head was immediately smashed open by the beasts of 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 the beasts. After the red light in his eyes flickered twice, it was completely extinguished, turning into a pile of fragile bones. It was trampled to pieces by the skeletal beasts that rushed over. Boss, that brother is right. As long as we have enough strength, we can completely destroy them. Wang Lei, who withdrew his hand, blocked the attack of the skeletal beasts with both hands. Then he fiercely kicked the skeletal beasts in front of him away. That's good. Brothers, use hard martial arts to greet them. Chun Honda, who had received confirmation, immediately ordered his subordinates beside him. Yes, the Freemasonry members responded in unison. Then, whether they were martial artists who practiced Nigong or martial artists who practiced martial arts, they all changed their attacks and used hard martial arts to counterattack the monsters in front of them. Under the counterattack of the Freemasonry, the team really did look like they were going to break through the obstacles and carve out a bloody path. This won't do. They haven't fully recovered to begin with. If they use their strength so frequently, they might all die here if this drags on. Sei Ito reminded Chun Honda from his side. Then what do you think we should do? Chun Honda, who understood the psychology of the situation and had a vague draft in his mind, asked with a frown. Inform that Adam. Tell his men to move to the front of the team. Follow me and Uncle Chun to open a path to the front. Then, tell Bartlett's men to defend and retreat. Charge forward. Sei Ito, who wasn't in the mood to beat around the bush with Chun Honda, said straightforwardly. Okay. Seeing that Sei Ito's suggestion was the same as his own, Chun Honda straightforwardly nodded and agreed. Then, Chun Honda raised his voice and shouted to Bartlett and Adam Hill, Sir Bartlett and the Knights of the Round Table, please come to the front and form a sharp knife with us to charge forward. The rest of the team should immediately shrink back and defend against the monsters on the left, right, and back. Okay. Hearing Chun Honda's words, Adam Hill was the first to agree. Then, he immediately led his 3 knights and slowly moved towards Chun Honda's position. Okay. Bartlett also agreed. After about a minute, Sei Ito, Bartlett, Chun Honda's Freemasons, and Adam Hill's Knights of the Round Table finally formed a sharp knife and led the team members who had already changed their formation to launch a surprise attack. Under everyone's attack, the dozen monsters at the front of the team were killed in an instant, and the team slowly moved one step forward. After seeing the effect, everyone didn't stop and continued to lead the team forward slowly. Just like that, the team moved forward bit by bit, not knowing how much time had passed, except for Sei Ito and Bartlett. Even Chun Honda and Adam Hill took the time to swallow an extraordinary pill and special potion. After that, everyone finally left the tunnel full of skeletal monsters and stood in a room that looked like a cell to rest. However, after breaking out of the encirclement, the number of members of the team had once again decreased by more than half. From the original 17 members to less than 10, and 2 of them were injured. It was uncertain whether they could continue to move forward with the team. We're finally out. Wang Lei, with his hands trembling slightly, his face pale, and his body covered in sweat, turned his head to look at the monsters that seemed to be restricted by their territory and didn't dare to cross a certain boundary, and said with lingering fear, "Bartlett, I think you should now share the information that the Sage Council has." At this moment, Ito withdrew his gaze from the headless tunnel and looked at Bartlett, who was resting at the side, and said with squinted eyes. Hearing Ito's words, Adam Hill and Chun Honda immediately looked at Bartlett. Among them, Chun Honda directly agreed. "That's right. What do you want to know?" Bartlett asked Ito with a fake smile on his face. As for Chun Honda and Adam Hill, no one knew if he intentionally or unintentionally ignored them. "Everything." Ito turned around and said softly to Bartlett. As soon as his voice fell, the entire grid room immediately fell into a strange silence. Until about 10 seconds later, Bartlett's voice broke the silence. "Sure, this is a temple. However, it's not a temple dedicated to the god of our world, but to a god from another world. Secondly, the god that was being worshipped might have fallen, and his divinity is placed here." Bartlett introduced softly. When they heard the first piece of information, Chun Honda and Adam Hill didn't react, but when they heard the second piece of information, especially when Bartlett said the word divinity, Ito clearly felt their breathing quicken. And it wasn't just them, the others were the same. It shouldn't be just that. Compared to the other people's eagerness for the divinity, Ito, who didn't have much desire for the divinity, because of the Rubik's Cube, looked at Bartlett and continued. "But that's all I know." Bartlett looked at Ito with a fake smile and shrugged. "Really?" Ito narrowed his eyes and looked at Bartlett. "It's up to you to believe it or not," Bartlett said, as if he had something to rely on. "Then can you explain why those monsters never took the initiative to attack you when you were in a monster tunnel just now? Only after you attacked them did they attack you?" Ito asked in a low voice. As soon as this question was asked, Chun Honda and Adam Hill's expressions changed at the same time. They stared at Bartlett without blinking. Bartlett didn't expect Ito to have the time to observe his situation in such a tense battle. So when he heard Ito's question, his expression froze, and he looked at Ito with a gloomy expression. "Probably because I have the key with me," Bartlett said perfunctorily. "Is that so?" Ito looked at Bartlett meaningfully and turned to Chun Honda and Adam Hill, who were resting at the side. Then he ignored Bartlett and turned to look at the deep tunnel in front of him again. As Ito stopped, the room fell into a strange silence again. "Let's go." After 20 minutes, Adam Hill, who had rested enough, walked to the front of the tunnel and said with a fervent look in his eyes. Chun Honda, Bartlett, and Ito naturally didn't object to his suggestion. They left the two heavily injured people in the cubicle and called for Wang Lei, who was still in good condition, the skinny man Su Jie, and the alloy hammer-wielding knight Leonard Dale, to continue forward. This time, they didn't encounter any attacks from terrifying monsters on the way back, but they encountered traps. All sorts of magical, physical, and poisonous traps increased the danger for everyone. In particular, the skinny man Su Jie's leg was injured by a magical trap when he wasn't paying attention. Then, he died in a chain of traps together with the hammer knight Leonard Dale, because he couldn't move freely. On the way back, Wang Lei, who was a little distracted due to consuming a lot of energy, accidentally added a few more wounds on his body. Fortunately, they weren't fatal, and he managed to save his life with the help of a special elixir. After walking for more than half an hour, Ito and the other four finally walked out of the tunnel full of traps and came to the entrance of a slanted downward passage. Although I didn't feel much on the way back, we were indeed going up. But now, this passage is slanted downward. If this golden tower is also designed like a pyramid, maybe we will reach the main room. Chun Honda, who was standing in front of the passage, said with a little hurried breath. "Maybe. I just hope there isn't any trouble in this passage." Ito said non-committally. "Let's go." Adam Hill pretended to be calm and said, then took the lead and walked into the passage. Nobody knew if it was because they were really about to reach the main room, but they didn't encounter any attacks when they were halfway through the passage. It was like an ordinary passage for people to use. However, when they were two-thirds of the way through the passage, a strange energy suddenly appeared in the passage and wrapped around Sei, Ito, and the others. Instantly, a sense of heaviness and energy stagnation appeared in everyone's hearts. "Is this a domain?" Chun Honda said hesitantly as he felt the abnormality in his body. "It should be," Adam Hill said in a deep voice. "This situation is a bit dangerous," Ito said softly as he landed behind the crowd without leaving a trace. "Who cares? Since we are already here, I won't be satisfied if I don't take a look inside." Wang Lei, whose face was full of anger and hatred, clenched his fists and looked at the end of the passage that was just inches away. "That's right," Chun Honda said in a deep voice as he thought of something. Then, Chun Honda, Wang Lei, Adam Hill, Bartlett, and Sei Ito continued to walk forward. With the speed of the five of them, they walked out of the passage in less than 2 minutes and arrived at a room engraved with complicated patterns. Then, before the few people who had just walked in could react, several black smokes suddenly emerged from the 2 intricate patterns engraved on the ceiling and gathered in the middle of the room. Then, under the gaze of Ito, Sei, and the others, it turned into 7 or 8 humanoid monsters that were nearly 2 meters tall. They were half naked, and had a beast head, canine teeth, wolf ears, red eyes, and 2 machetes in their hands. They were wearing thick gray pants, and their upper bodies were naked. Roar! Following that, the monsters roared and raised their swords as they charged towards the group. Their speed was comparable to that of the group when they were at their peak. "Bastards!" At this moment, Wang Lei, whose eyes were also red, roared and emitted a fierce aura as he charged at one of the monsters. Chapter 804. The others didn't hesitate either. They stimulated the suppressed energy in their bodies and unleashed their techniques to fight against the monsters. However, at this moment, Bartlett abruptly turned his feet and circled around the charging monster. He ran out of another door into the distance. Seeing Bartlett's actions, Chun Honda's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and growled. But because of this, Chun Honda's moves suddenly revealed a flaw. The 2 humanoid monsters that were fighting against him seized the opportunity and slashed down with their blades. "Boss, be careful." When Wang Lei saw this, he pushed away the monster in front of him without any hesitation. While taking the other monster's attack, he roared like a tiger and rushed to Chun Honda's side. He pushed him away from the 2 monsters' blades. Puff! In the next moment, the 2 scimitars slashed at Wang Lei, who had no ability to resist at all. The huge force of the scimitars instantly chopped Wang Lei into several pieces. "Lazy!" Chun Honda, who was pushed to sit on the ground, shouted at Wang Lei, who was smiling at him with an ugly look in his eyes. "I'll fight it out with you." Chun Honda roared and used some unknown secret technique to stimulate his life potential, causing his strength to temporarily reach the peak of the innate realm. Then he attacked the 4 humanoid monsters in front of him like a demon. He attacked the 4 humanoid monsters in front of him. Chun Honda did not know the name of the technique, but he did not know the name of the technique. In an instant, a series of loud bangs reverberated in the spacious room. But one had to admit that Chun Honda's secret technique was powerful. After stimulating his life potential, he was like a god of war. Under the siege of the 4 monsters, he was still able to deal with them with ease and defeated them again and again. Fortunately, although the monsters could be reborn infinitely, their strength was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye from a class to a class, then to B+ class, B class, B class, C+ class, C class. All right, let's chase after them. Otherwise, when Bartlett gets the benefits, we'll all be buried here. Ito Sei, who had also reduced the 2 humanoid monsters he was fighting to C class, reminded loudly. That's right, Adam, who was protected by magical armor and wielded a specially made greatsword, was able to effortlessly deal with the 2 humanoid monsters. That's right, Bartlett, I want to kill that scumbag. After being reminded by Ito Sei, Chun Honda, who finally regained a little sanity, growled with a ferocious face. He once again took out several porcelain bottles from his arms and opened them. He poured out several pills from them and swallowed them. Then, like a breeze, he quickly retreated from the 4 humanoid monsters that were being ravaged by him. He chased in the direction that Bartlett left. Let's go to Ito, who had once again scattered the 2 humanoid monsters with his monstrous strength fist, said as he retreated. Okay. Adam Hill followed suit. Adam Hill, who had slashed the 2 humanoid monsters apart like chopping vegetables, immediately followed Ito's footsteps and rushed into the depths of the tunnel. However, they didn't use any secret techniques to break through the suppression of the domain. The energy in their bodies was still sluggish. Compared to Bartlett, who had the protection of a key and was completely unaffected, and Chun Hongda, who had activated the secret technique and was in an abnormal state, the speed of the 2 was much faster. By the time they reached another cell and turned around, they still couldn't catch up to Bartlett and Chun Hongda. However, whether it was because of Bartlett or some other reason, the 2 didn't encounter any abnormalities along the way. They moved forward smoothly, as if they were on a normal journey. Just like that, after 2 more changes in direction, a faint sound of fighting could be heard from the end of the tunnel. Inside, Ito and Adam Hill looked at each other and said. Then they rushed forward at the same time. After a while, Ito and Adam Hill saw an empty room full of strange characters and murals on the left, right, front, and ceiling. Then, a round stone platform placed in front of the wall in the room, and a polyhedral crystal floating on the stone platform that was emitting strange waves attracted their attention. Divinity. Although Ito and Adam Hill didn't know what it was, the clear concept of divinity indeed emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Then, their expressions changed, and they almost jumped to the side at the same time, staring at each other with vigilance. Boom! Just as Ito and Adam Hill's eyes turned red and they were about to attack, an explosion suddenly sounded in the room and rescued Ito and Adam Hill from that strange state. That was close. I was almost tempted, Ito said in his heart as he recovered from the shock. Then he lifted his head and looked at Bartlett and Chun Hongda, who were fighting in the room. In the field, Bartlett, who had the temple key support and wasn't affected in any way in the temple, had already unfolded his domain. He stood on the spot and summoned all kinds of metal creations to deal with Chun Hongda, who was jumping up and down and moving left and right. Every time he waved his hands, a powerful wave of attack would burst out. However, although Chun Hongda used the secret technique to stimulate his life potential, he couldn't maintain it for too long. In addition to the previous battle and pursuit, he was already at the end of his rope, even with the help of the elixir. At this moment, Chun Hongda's black hair had turned white and his ruddy face was full of wrinkles. Although his eyes were still like stars, his entire body was emitting a dense aura of death. Adam, let's attack Bartlett together first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after we kill Bartlett. Ito stared at Bartlett and said to Adam Hill. However, what Ito didn't expect was that Adam Hill's reply was a slash filled with divine energy. Boom! An explosion sounded from where Ito was standing. Adam, what is the meaning of this? Sensing danger, Ito, who instinctively jumped to the side, turned to look at Adam Hill and questioned in a deep voice. However, Ito immediately understood why Adam Hill attacked him. Looking at Adam Hill, whose eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent, Ito said with a mocking expression, "You're actually tempted again. So this is the Knights of the Round Table who adhere to their own path and have their own rules and dogmas. Die for insulting the Knights of the Round Table." Although Adam Hill was tempted by the unknown power of the quintessence, he still instinctively protected the honor of the Knights of the Round Table. He swung his sword at Ito while growling in a strange voice. "You don't have it right now." Ito, who clearly sensed that Adam Hill's strength had returned to normal from his actions, hurriedly unleashed his domain to resist the domain pressure in the temple. He stepped forward and attacked Adam Hill with the dragon-shaped needle technique while sneering. Bang! In an instant, A yellowish-brown barrier appeared in front of Adam Hill and blocked Sei Ito's attack. Although some of the energy from a dragon-shaped needle forging art managed to penetrate the barrier and land on Adam Hill's body, most of it was immediately neutralized by the armor he was wearing. The remaining force only caused Adam Hill to involuntarily take a step back, but didn't cause him any harm. Yellowish-brown, it's a defensive spell of the earth element, and it's a defensive spell of level 3 or above. Sei Ito squinted his eyes and thought to himself as he dodged Adam Hill's attack instinctively. Thinking of this, Sei Ito, who had retreated and straightened his body, once again urged his psychic power to extend his domain to envelop Adam Hill. However, it was immediately blocked by a strange force that emerged from Adam Hill's body. It was not able to suppress Adam Hill as expected. Sure enough, even if it's not a domain, a knight also has a way to resist the domain pressure. Sei Ito thought to himself as he understood that knights, warriors, and innate masters were the same. They had another set of A-rank effects. But so what? Although I have to resist the domain pressure of the temple and protect myself from the corrosion of your domain, under my domain, you can just wait to be defeated. Sei Ito thought to himself as he summoned 3 fist-sized alloy steel balls in front of him. Sei Ito immediately covered his entire fist with electricity and punched out 3 times in a row in an instant. 3 thick orange-yellow light beams immediately shot out in front of Sei Ito and shot towards Adam Hill, who had stabilized his body and was charging towards Sei Ito again. Although Adam Hill's rationality was blinded by desire, his battle wisdom and battle experience were not affected at all. Adam Hill immediately twisted his body halfway and dodged 2 of the orange-yellow light beams by a hair's breadth. When he took on the attack of the last orange-yellow light beam, he cleverly dispelled some of its power. Under the double influence of this ingenious move and the earth element magic barrier that lit up around him once again, the thick electromagnetic beam could only cause the earth element magic barrier to tremble violently. However, it was still unable to break through. Sei Ito snorted coldly when he saw this. He once again took a step back to increase the distance between him and Adam Hill. At the same time, he summoned 3 more steel balls with his mind and continued to use the super electromagnetic beam to forcefully twist his body. Adam Hill's face was red from the pressure on his chest. Yeah, Adam Hill, who happened to be in a stalemate and couldn't move, roared angrily. His body immediately emitted a bright white light full of holy aura. Like an ancient paladin, he swung his sword towards the 3 thick electromagnetic beams shot by Sei Ito. Along with Adam Hill's movement, a huge bright white crescent-shaped sword light suddenly appeared in front of Adam Hill and blocked the 3 electromagnetic beams in an extremely exaggerated manner. Chapter 805. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion sounded, and a large amount of energy smoke appeared in the room, blocking Adam Hill's attack. The next moment, when Adam Hill was on high alert, several branches as thick as an adult's arm suddenly rushed out from the rapidly dissipating energy smoke and rushed to Adam Hill's feet at an extremely fast speed. Like pythons, they quickly wrapped around Adam Hill, who was wrapped in an earth magic barrier. Adam Hill, who was wrapped around by the branches, snorted disdainfully and immediately waved the greatsword in his hand to cut down the branches. But just when Adam Hill's greatsword was about to fall on the branches, a strange and incomparably powerful imprisoning force suddenly appeared on the greatsword, preventing it from moving any further. And with the obstruction of this force, those branches finally successfully wrapped around Adam Hill's body and gradually wrapped him into a cocoon. Seeing that he was about to be imprisoned, Adam Hill immediately shouted loudly, and the bright white light that had disappeared not long ago reappeared around his body and pushed the branches that wrapped around him away. Adam died. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared behind Adam Hill and chopped down with a pitch-black longsword in his hand. Bang! Almost without any reflection, the blade immediately fell on the bright white light outside Adam Hill's body and then broke through the outer layer of the light and continued to chop towards Adam Hill's body. But the blade's attack only reached this point, and apart from breaking the bright white light at the beginning, it didn't do anything else and stopped at a position a finger's length away from Adam Hill's head. It couldn't advance even an inch. Explode. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate at all and immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "Boom!" As Seito's voice fell, the pitch-black longsword in his hand instantly exploded, turning into countless sharp fragments, and under the thrust of the explosion, continued to rush towards the inside of the bright white light. Sensing the change above his head, Adam Hill, who had more than half of his body imprisoned, and only a part of his shoulder and above that wasn't bound, once again stirred up the energy in his body, and the bright white light almost became solid, and once again imprisoned the fragments that were about to break in. At this moment, Seito, who was standing behind Adam Hill, suddenly laughed, and then saw Seito suddenly jump on top of his head. Then, under Adam Hill's extremely incredulous gaze, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of explosion again. The new shockwave quickly broke through the bright white light that was trembling because of the explosion and pushed the fragments of the black longsword inside it and continued to fall towards Adam Hill's body. This time, Adam Hill, and Adam Hill's head, and 10 slender wounds appeared all over his head. More than 10 fragments of different sizes were embedded in the flesh of his head and face. It made Adam Hill look extremely ugly and terrifying. Adam Hill, who had slightly recovered from the pain, stared at Seito fiercely and roared, "I'm going to kill you. Then you'd better break my technique first." Seito looked at Adam Hill and chuckled. Then his hands changed the seal and whispered, "Wood release, binding tree burying." As Seito's voice fell, the branches that wrapped around Adam Hill's body once again madly grew as if they were injected with hormones. They twisted and intertwined with each other, completely wrapping Adam Hill in the center of the branches and vigorously contracting and stirring. Soon, the green tree that took up 1/3 of the space in the room appeared where Adam Hill originally stood. So tenacious, he's actually still resisting. Seito, who sensed the information transmitted from the tree formed by binding tree burying, frowned and thought to himself. Then, with a thought, another Seito appeared beside him. "You continue to provide power to binding tree burying. I'll go take care of Bartlett." Seito ordered his shadow clone. "Understood." The shadow clone nodded and immediately formed a wood release seal with both hands, taking over Seito's role in providing power to binding tree burying, and using this technique to completely exhaust Adam Hill to death. After removing the wood release seal, Seito, who still didn't retract his domain, turned his head to look at Bartlett and Chun Honda. Not good. Seito, who had just looked over, immediately changed his expression and cried out. Then, without thinking, he burst out with his fastest speed and rushed towards Bartlett, who was reaching for the divinity. It turned out that while Seito and Adam Hill were fighting, Chun Honda suddenly died from overexerting his life force, allowing Bartlett to escape from the battle. Bartlett didn't immediately launch a sneak attack on Seito. Instead, he turned around and carefully approached the divinity without alerting Seito. He was going to deal with Seito after obtaining the divinity. Bartlett, who didn't expect Seito to finish off Adam Hill so quickly, suddenly grabbed the divinity crystal in his hand. In an instant, a dazzling scarlet light spread out from the divinity crystal in Bartlett's hand. Then, an extremely cold feeling filled the room and stimulated Seito's mind. Whoosh! The next moment, a gust of wind rose from Bartlett's feet and pushed Ito-sei, who was rushing in front of him, away with great force. What kind of light is this? How can it suppress my domain? Sensing that the domain was shrinking, Ito-sei turned over to remove the thrust and stood on the ground again with a dignified heart. Ha 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 ha! I've finally revived. About half a minute later, the hurricane surrounding Bartlett exploded with a burst of wild laughter, revealing Bartlett's appearance to Sei Ito. At this moment, Bartlett's appearance had completely changed. He was no longer the blond, middle-aged European man from before. Instead, he had transformed into a 2-meter-tall man with a sinister face. He had a pair of slender ears like the elves in anime and games, and a head of wavy seaweed-like hair. Seeing this, Ito Sei, who knew that things were not going well, did not hesitate. He immediately took out the dagger that he took from the second lady of the Path of Curse in the spirit-eating world, Jia Chana. While rushing toward the man who was still laughing wildly, he used his own power to activate the Thunder Spirit Beast. Roar! As soon as it appeared, the Thunder Spiritual Beast roared and released waves of lightning towards the man who was in a daze. Crackle! The strange man, who was completely unprepared, was immediately struck by the lightning. Little worm, how dare you attack me? Go to hell! Other than his skin being a little burnt and his hair standing on end, the strange man who was completely unaffected turned his head and looked at the Thunder Spiritual Beast. As soon as he finished his words, the red light that hadn't dissipated in the room suddenly shook. It quickly shrank into a strange substance and swept towards the Thunder Spiritual Beast. Roar! The Thunder Spirit Beast let out a mournful roar as if it had suffered a heavy blow to its core after being hit by the special energy attack. Go to hell! While the Thunder Spiritual Beast attracted the strange man's attention, Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared behind him, used the space energy manipulation method he learned when he devoured the world to form a space membrane around the dagger. He then slashed the dagger at the back of the strange man's neck. Dong dong! The next moment, a non-human head with a sinister smile on its face rolled on the ground. Phew! Seeing the strange man's headless body fall down, Sei Ito, who had recalled the Thunder Spiritual Beast, let out a sigh of relief. Boy, you're courting death. At this moment, the head that had fallen on the ground suddenly floated up from the ground and looked at Sei Ito coldly. Oomph! Seeing that the strange man didn't die, Sei Ito's expression changed immediately. He snorted and rushed towards the strange man's head again. However, the next moment, the red substance that had severely injured the Thunder Spiritual Beast appeared beside Sei Ito like a snake and swept towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately used teleportation to get away from the red energy attack and appeared behind the strange man's head. He then stabbed the strange man's head with the dagger that was covered with lightning energy. Clang! Creak! When the dagger was less than a centimeter away from the strange man's head, an invisible barrier appeared around the strange man's head and blocked Sei Ito's dagger. Blasphemer, you must die. The strange man's head turned around and said to Sei Ito, who had retreated immediately after his attack failed. You call yourself a god? You're a fake god. Sei Ito sneered. At the same time, he thought to himself, what was that barrier just now? Soul of Light, human god barrier? Oomph, you don't know what's good for you. The strange man was completely enraged by Sei Ito calling him a fake god. Then, a dazzling light suddenly lit up with the strange man's head as the center. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was lit up. Then, an unimaginably huge pressure pressed down on Sei Ito's body. Under this pressure, Ito Sei's domain instantly retracted, and it retracted back into his body in less than a second. Sei Ito's face immediately turned pale. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his throat. At the same time, a stream of red blood flowed down from the corner of Sei Ito's mouth. You can still stand? The strange man's head was surprised to see that other than Sei Ito's pale face, blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body swaying, there was no other change. At this time, Sei Ito, whose body was under tremendous pressure, couldn't open his mouth at all. He could only force a mocking expression to look at the strange man's head, as if to say, You're just SOSO, fake god. Bastard. The strange man's head cursed again when he saw this. He controlled the red substance to shoot at Sei Ito's body, who couldn't move. Chapter 806. P.S. Thank you to Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Just as the red substance was about to touch Sei Ito's body, A pitch-black round hole suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and swallowed the red substance. I didn't expect you to still have the ability to control the power of space in such a situation. This god has a whole new level of respect for you, the strange man said as he looked at Sei Ito gloomily after seeing the red substance disappear. Now I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and become my slave, and I'll give you a chance to live, the strange man continued. Hey, do you think I'll agree to that? While using his mind to communicate with the Rubik's Cube, controlling the power of the Rubik's Cube to imprison the red substance that had just been swallowed by it, he looked at the strange man with a mocking expression. Stubborn, the strange man said with a look of disdain. Then, the patterns engraved on the walls of the main room lit up as if a passage to another dimension had been opened. One by one, strange monsters with the body of a beast and the body of a human, exuding an evil and tyrannical aura, walked out of the murals. They stared at Sei Ito with ferocious and excited expressions and growled, "My servants, go, tear it apart and eat it," the strange man said with a voice full of exaggeration. Roar! As soon as the strange man's voice fell, the monsters that were already filled with the desire to kill no longer suppressed their instinctive impulses. They all growled and rushed toward Sei Ito at high speed. While these monsters rushed out, the strange man calmly controlled the head to fly back to the headless body. He released a strange power to control the headless body to stand up from the ground and reconnect with the head. Opposite the monsters, Sei Ito, who saw the monsters rushing toward him, had a thought. The power of the world stored in the Rubik's Cube world quickly flowed into his body and supported the domain that was forced back into his body, forcibly transforming it from virtual to reality into a domain that only an S-class powerhouse could use. Open. Sei Ito, who felt the change in his domain, didn't dare to hesitate and immediately opened his domain with a shout. Then, Sei Ito took the Buddhist lotus seal and solemnly chanted, OM. In an instant, a strange power that could calm one's mind and wisdom came out of his body and filled Sei Ito's entire body. It rushed into the domain that had just expanded from the inside out and transformed the power in the domain into a faint golden light energy. Let me set you free, Sei Ito said in his heart as he calmly looked at the monsters that had already rushed to the front of the domain. He finished thinking. His hand seal changed from the Buddhist lotus seal to the Vajra seal. With the image of Vajra in his heart, he controlled the light energy in his domain to attack those monsters. In an instant, a ray of light rushed out of Ito, Sei's domain, and collided with those monsters that were full of evil aura. The moment the light energy came into contact with the monsters' bodies, a sound similar to the sound of cold water being poured over hot iron immediately rang out in the main room. Ayo! Struck by the light energy, all the monsters that had rushed to the front of Ito, Sei's domain screamed in agony. At the same time, tiny Buddhist swastikas appeared on the bodies of those monsters, continuing to inflict damage on them. Vajra, subduing demons. Sei Ito's face immediately showed a glaring Vajra image. With a roar, he rushed into the middle of the monsters and launched an attack on the monsters with Arhut fist technique. Under the influence of the pale golden light energy that pervaded his body, the very ordinary Arhut fist immediately burst out with unimaginable power. Every punch was like a Buddhist Arhut personally attacking. The monsters that were slowed down by the swastikas formed by the energy were sent flying. At the same time, clear sounds of bones breaking could be heard from the monsters that were sent flying. Then, Ito Sei, who had temporarily cleared the monsters around him, changed his hand seal again. He changed from the Vajra seal to the Sunwheel seal. At the same time, he chanted the Mahavarakana heart mantra in his heart and activated the Xing word technique of the 9 secret words technique. He used the 5 elements that existed in the domain to evolve into the pure fire that he needed, which had a powerful demon-destroying effect. He pounced on the monsters that became more violent because of the pain. The palm-sized flames were like meteors. In the blink of an eye, they stuck to the monsters that didn't know what to do. Whoosh! The moment the flames stuck to the monsters, the flames suddenly jumped up as if they had met gas oil. In an instant, the monsters were wrapped in a human-shaped torch and burned fiercely there. Roar! The pain from the burning flames caused the monsters to roar in agony once again. But no matter how much they roared and struggled, they couldn't extinguish the special energy on their bodies. They could only burn special substances until they were burned into a wisp of black smoke by these special flames. Are you the descendant of those Baldies? The strange man, who had recovered his complete human form, frowned and looked at Seito, who had finished dealing with the monsters, and turned to look at him. No, Seito, who had dispersed the big seal in his hand and shrunk the domain again to reduce the consumption of his spiritual power, said lightly, "Whether you are or not, you must be related to those Baldies. As someone related to my former enemies, I will definitely treat you well." The strange man sneered with a gloomy expression. Then, the strange man didn't do anything, but the patterns carved on the walls of the main room changed at the same time. In an instant, they turned into a complex array. Then, with a buzzing sound, a large expanse of red light suddenly emerged from the formation, instantly illuminating the entire main room. Then, a ripple like that of water suddenly appeared in the air around the strange man. Then, a large swarm of strange black insects the size of an adult's finger scuttled out of the ripple and rushed towards Seito like a wave. When Seito saw this, he opened his domain again. At the same time, he filled the domain with a large amount of fire energy and turned it into a wall of fire to block the insect swarm. However, Seito soon discovered that something was wrong from the insect swarm's behavior. The swarm of insects suddenly paused in midair. Then, as if they had discovered something delicious, they changed direction and spread out outside Seito's domain. They began to gnaw at Seito's domain. Under the gnawing of these insects, Ito-Sei's spiritual power is being consumed at a rapid rate. Seeing this, Seito's expression changed. With a thought, he raised the sea of fire in his domain and burned the insects. However, the expected scene of the insects being burned to death did not appear. The insects were not affected at all. They continued to gnaw at Seito's domain. Knowing that he couldn't find the insect's weakness, Seito didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately turned around and rushed back the way he came. He was ready to escape from the pyramid that belonged to the strange man and return to the outside world. However, there were too many insects. They filled the entire main room. Other than the area supported by Seito's domain, there was only some space around the strange man. It could be said that Seito's escape route was completely blocked. Open. When Seito saw this, he stretched out his arms and roared as he activated his psychokinesis. He used his great strength to push the insect swarm to the side and moved bit by bit toward the passage. Fortunately, these insects were not afraid of fire and could devour energy. Therefore, they were easily pushed to the side by Seito's psychokinesis. This allowed Seito to successfully rush out of the main room and return to the passage. After returning to the passage, Seito didn't stop. He used his psychokinesis to support himself. His explosive speed didn't affect his agility at all. He rushed forward along the path he came from. Behind him, the black insects swarm chased after him into the tunnel. They buzzed as they chased after him. Do you think you can escape? In the main room, the strange man snorted with disdain. He then ignored Seito and walked toward the unconscious Grand Knight Adam Hill. He released a dark red energy into him with an evil smile. A few seconds after this energy entered Adam Hill's body, the unconscious Adam Hill suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly got up from the ground and half knelt in front of the strange man. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "God Lord." On the other side, after running for a long time along the passage, Seito finally noticed the changes in the pyramid. Looks like I won't be able to escape from this pyramid if I don't get rid of that guy. Seito thought to himself as he looked at the unfamiliar passage that suddenly appeared in front of him. Seito turned around and looked at the insect swarm behind him as he heard the buzzing sound approaching him. Fortunately, this place isn't like that unlucky Bartlett's base. There's a powerful formation that imprisons all the mutant forces and material forces that he doesn't want to use. I can use this to my advantage. He then flipped his hand and took out 5 antimatter grenades. He pulled the lock on one of them and threw it at the insect swarm that was rushing toward him. Under the explosion of the antimatter grenade, a large empty space with a diameter of 5 meters instantly appeared in the middle of the insect swarm. However, it was immediately filled by the insects that flew up behind them. They then continued to fly towards Sei-Ito without stopping. It's good that it's effective. Seeing that the antimatter grenade could kill the insects, Sei-Ito was energized. He immediately pulled the lock on the grenade again and threw out. He didn't look at the result of the grenade and once again ran away at high speed. After running for a distance, he stopped again, turned around, and threw another antimatter grenade at the Zerg swarm with the lock unlocked. Just like this, after running for a distance, stopping, throwing one, and blowing up a bunch of insects, the insect swarm that was chasing Sei-Ito was finally completely wiped out by Sei-Ito's antimatter grenade. Since the insects are no longer chasing me, it's time to think of a way to escape from the pyramid. Sei-Ito stood in the same place and looked up, down, left, and right walls. He then took out another antimatter grenade, pulled the lock, and threw it into the tunnel. In an instant, a rapidly expanding pitch-black sphere appeared in the tunnel with the explosion point of the antimatter grenade as its center. Then, after the pitch-black sphere reached its maximum diameter, it quickly shrank back to its original point. Like an illusory bubble, it shattered and disappeared into the air, leaving behind a very regular arc-shaped edge and dent on the surrounding walls and ground. At this time, Sei-Ito stepped to the explosion site of the antimatter grenade and carefully observed the traces left on the ground and the walls on both sides to find a way to break through. But at this moment, the arcs and dents left on the walls and ground suddenly changed. They slowly repaired themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye under Sei-Ito's gaze. After a while, they returned to the appearance before the explosion. Self-repair, but where is the source of this power? Is it the strange energy in the entire pyramid, or is it because of other reasons? Also, where is the upper limit of this repair energy? Sei-Ito reached out and touched the wall that had returned to its original state. He frowned slightly and secretly thought to himself. After a while, Sei-Ito's mind moved, and Goddess of Love and several advanced energy crystals made by a large laboratory appear beside him. Then Sei-Ito manually set the detonation time of the Goddess of Love and placed the several advanced energy crystals in a circular formation around the Goddess of Love. It was used to create a strong explosion when the Goddess of Love exploded, increasing the destructive power of the Goddess of Love on the tunnel. Let me see if there is an upper limit to this repair energy. Looking at the remaining time on the Goddess of Love timer, Sei-Ito chuckled and disappeared into the tunnel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! In an instant, a strong explosion and violent shockwave were generated from the tunnel. It forcefully destroyed everything in front of it and spread to the west at the fastest speed. At the same time, a powerful vibration shook the entire pyramid. Bastard, why does he have a nuclear bomb in his hand? In the main room, the strange man who felt the vibration of the pyramid immediately closed his eyes and sensed it. Then, he shouted with a face full of anger. Right, space energy. He must have used space energy to create equipment that can store items. This idiot. But soon, the strange man thought of something and used his wisdom to find a reasonable explanation for Sei-Ito. However, he didn't know who he was referring to. At the same time, on the outside of the pyramid, a golden light burst out from the surface of the pyramid. It was like a sun that illuminated the dark desert. It trembled slightly and suppressed the shockwave generated by the explosion of the Goddess of Love and the several high-grade energy crystals. It protected the pyramid from being destroyed by the shockwave and connected the inside and outside of the pyramid. This vibration lasted for more than a minute before it completely stopped, allowing the pyramid to return to its original appearance. Chapter 807. TSK, it didn't explode completely. If that's the case, I'll have another one. A moment after the explosion ended, Ito Sei, who was wrapped in a layer of energy to protect himself, reappeared in the pyramid. Looking at the huge hole in the center of the explosion that penetrated the golden characters, he thought to himself, "Just do it." Sei Ito immediately controlled his psychokinesis to fly to the edge of the hole caused by the explosion. Once again, he used his telekinesis to take out one of the 3 remaining goddess of love in the Rubik's Cube world and put it together with all the high-grade energy crystals except for those needed for the experiment. After setting the automatic explosion time, he once again disappeared beside the goddess of love. Boom! A few seconds later, with a loud bang, a huge explosion that was even more powerful than the previous one occurred inside the pyramid again. The powerful shockwave and explosion instantly destroyed everything in front of it and quickly broke out of the pyramid. At the same time, an even more violent vibration shook the entire pyramid. Outside the pyramid, the golden light that had just subsided appeared again. While protecting the pyramid from being destroyed by the shockwave, it also offset the shockwave that was transmitted to the outside of the pyramid. However, compared to before, not only was the color of the golden light much dimmer, but even its stability was also much worse. The color of the light flickered back and forth. However, at this moment, a faint red light suddenly emerged from the golden light and quickly covered the entire golden light in the blink of an eye. It stabilized the golden light that had turned dark golden red and forcibly stabilized the violently trembling pyramid. "Bastard, you actually made me use my divine power." In the main room of the pyramid, the strange man roared in anger. "God Lord, Adam requests to fight. I'll eliminate that ant for you." On the side, Adam Hill, whose eyes flashed red from time to time, stepped forward and half knelt in front of the strange man. "No need." The strange man suppressed the anger in his heart and waved his hand. Adam Hill, who had already transformed into the strange man, saw this and didn't dare to object. He returned to his original position without saying a word. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that the body I've just taken over is still fusing with the Godhead and hasn't been modified by the divine power, how could an ant like you be so rampant? The strange man clenched his teeth in anger and said to himself, "Just you wait. After I reform my divine body and resist the counterattack of this world, I will capture all the people who are related to you. The men will be transformed into my subordinates, demonic beasts, and the women will be used for me to vent." Just when the strange man's heart was filled with hatred, Ito Sei's figure once again appeared in the pyramid after the explosion. "I still can't break it." Looking at the Sei Ito that was still unable to connect to the outside world, Yonkai felt a sense of regret. Then, Sei Ito's expression changed. He flew to the edge of the crater and stared unblinkingly at the damaged area. As expected, after a short while, Sei Ito finally confirmed his discovery with a frown. "Damn it, I don't believe it." Then, Sei Ito made up his mind and waved his hand to summon the last 2 goddess of love to his side. He placed them side by side in front of the pyramid that was gradually recovering. Then, Sei Ito set the detonation time for the 2 goddess of love at the same time and entered the Rubik's Cube world again. Boom! A few seconds later, a strong explosion and shockwave appeared in the pyramid at the same time with a loud bang. It forcefully attacked the material in front of it. Kacha, kacha! The next moment, 2 small cracking sounds suddenly rang out. Slender cracks suddenly appeared on the remaining walls of the pyramid, and they slowly spread to the side. F***CK. Where did that ant get so many nuclear bombs? In the main room, the strange man who felt the pyramid shaking again had a slight change of expression and cursed in a low voice. It seemed that the strange man was deeply influenced by Bartlett after taking over the body. He even started to curse in a foreign language. However, although he cursed, he still had to protect this pyramid that was useful to him. The strange man endured the destruction of Bartlett's body by the divine power and protected the pyramid from being damaged by the shockwave. At the same time, he also sped up the self-recovery of the pyramid. After a while, Ito appeared in the pyramid again after the explosion ended and said softly, "It's so hot." That is, Ito's expression changed. He quickly rushed to the front of the pyramid wall and muttered to himself as he looked at the cracks that were recovering at a high speed. Then, Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared not far away from the pyramid wall. He waved his hand and summoned a dozen rectangular cones that were 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and half a meter tall with a drill-like tip. Then he quickly and continuously waved his right arm that was filled with lightning energy and hit the cones away one by one. In an instant, orange-yellow energy beams that were as thick as an adult's thigh shot out in front of Ito and bombarded the cracks on the pyramid wall in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded from the wall. Not enough. After firing all the rectangular cones, Ito, who still didn't see any air or light coming in from the outside, waved his hand again and summoned 30 alloy iron blocks of different sizes and shapes in front of him. While using alchemy with his left hand to transform them into the shape of rectangular cones, he waved his right arm and bombarded the crack in the form of a super electromagnetic gun. After using up all the rectangular cones, Ito, who still did not see any results, continued to summon more alloy pieces. He continued to make rectangular cones with his left hand and bombarded the cracks with railguns with his right hand. In this way, he did not know how many powerful railgun blasts were fired. The pyramid wall that had always been attacked at a weak point finally shattered with a crash. A stream of energy that belonged to the main world instantly flowed into the pyramid through the crack and was breathed into Ito's body. Finally, Ito, who could not replenish his energy and could only use the power of the world to replenish his energy, became spirited. He continuously fired several super electromagnetic cannons around the breach to continue to expand the scope of the breach. After that, he could not wait to activate his teleportation ability to escape from the pyramid. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Ito, who was hovering in the air, raised his head and laughed loudly. Oomph. Since I'm out, don't think you'll have an easy time. After a while, Ito, who had vented his anger, looked down at the pyramid below and snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and shot out a stream of energy of the main world to attract the energy of the main world and various elements. Then, he waved his hand and the heavenly sword appeared in his hand. While holding the heavenly sword in his hand, he used the Qian Kuan gang steps in the void. At the same time, he murmured something with a solemn expression. Under Ito's performance, a large dark cloud with faint flashes of lightning appeared directly above the pyramid. Thick thunderbolts appeared from time to time and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Evil Slayer, divine thunder of the ninth heaven. Fall! After a while, Ito, who saw that the thunder was almost ready, once again rushed out a stream of energy of the main world from his body. Using it as a guide, he used all the energy around him to smash the pyramid together with the thick thunderbolts falling from the sky. Boom! First, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating the Sahara Desert within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Then, a deafening boom rang out between heaven and earth, causing the injured people guarding the pyramid to faint once again. Some of the unlucky ones were directly killed on the spot by the energy turbulence that followed. To evil gods like the strange man, the divine thunder that was filled with the power of extreme yang was the power that they hated the most. Although Ito had not reached the divine level and could not use the true divine thunder, with the support of the world's energy as a guide, the divine thunder of the ninth heaven that he summoned was not much weaker than the true divine thunder. In some aspects, it might even be equivalent to, or even superior to the true divine thunder. Therefore, under the bombardment of the powerful divine thunder of the ninth heaven, a huge hole instantly appeared at the top of the pyramid that was supported by the evil god's energy. The divine thunder of the ninth heaven blasted straight into the pyramid and fell toward the main room that the strange man had brought. It's not over yet. After releasing the divine thunder, Ito did not stop moving. He put away the heavenly sword and began to form seals with both hands. Then, he also mobilized the world's energy to support the seals and the technique that he had finally completed. He shouted, "Wood release, thousand hands technique." Following Ito's shout, an image of a thousand-armed Buddha made completely out of wood immediately appeared behind Ito. Then, with Ito's thought, it slammed into the pyramid that had lost its ability to self-repair after being bombarded by the divine thunder of the ninth heaven. Rumble. Under the bombardment of the thousand-armed Buddha, the pyramid immediately shattered, turning into a pile of useless rocks that fell to the ground. The injured members of the Sage Parliament, the Freemasonry, and the Knights of the Round Table who had not been able to escape were smashed into piles of meat paste. "Aunt, I'm going to kill you." As the pyramid shattered, the strange man, whose body was completely exposed in the air, roared at Ito with surging killing intent. As long as you can. Even though the pyramid had shattered, Ito still had the thousand-armed Buddha smash the pyramid, not giving it any chance to reconstruct itself. He looked at the strange man with a calm expression. I said, "My power can illuminate the world." Looking at Ito's appearance, the strange man seemed to have made up his mind about something. His expression suddenly focused as he shouted. Chapter 808. P.S. Thank you to Nick Finney for the tip. As the strange man's words fell, a scarlet light immediately spread out with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the space within a kilometer, turning this space into a scarlet domain. The moment this scarlet domain appeared, Ito felt that the domain he had temporarily evolved with the power of the world was suppressed, and it was once again cut off from the space of the main world. But at the same time, along with the emergence of this scarlet domain, a large amount of something similar to a suppressive force suddenly appeared above the scarlet domain, rotating slowly like a vortex, but for some reason, it didn't descend. I said, "Anyone who doesn't agree with my ideas will die." Then, the strange man looked at Ito without the slightest emotion in his eyes. In an instant, Ito felt a strange power appear from the scarlet domain and quickly came to his side. It eroded his domain at a slow but unstoppable speed, approaching his body. Does this power represent death? Feeling the nature of the strange power, Ito narrowed his eyes and thought. Then his expression shook, and he shouted with the law he comprehended when he devoured the world. Qian Yuan, supplemented by Zhen, life creation. Qian is the head of the 8 trigrams. Yang is the sky. Yuan is the beginning of all things, everything happens, and Zhen is the thunder, giving birth to all things at the beginning of the world. The combination of the three can obtain the power of life creation. Water is nourished, fire is alive, earth is heavy and condensed, metal is moved, and qi is released, wood is born. I will live forever. When the power of life creation began to appear in his domain, Ito continued to shout. As Ito's words fell, the power of life creation in the entire domain changed in an instant, turning into boundless life force, entangling with the death force that rushed into the domain. The power Ito controlled may not be as high quality as the power released by the strange man. However, Ito's domain was too large in number, so after a moment of stalemate, the strange man's power disappeared in the clash of the natural forces. Then, Ito waved his arm, and the power of life, converted from world power in his domain, was injected into the thousand-armed Buddha, whose surface was beginning to dry up and crack. With the nourishment of this energy, the thousand-armed Buddha recovered its original appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the control of Ito's mind, he slapped the strange man's body again. Those who touch me without my permission will be destroyed. The strange man did not move as he looked at the incoming hand with an indifferent expression. Crack! With that, the thousand-armed Buddha's palm was attacked by a strange power. It instantly exploded and was completely annihilated in the scarlet domain. How big do I have to be? He transferred another surge of world energy into his body. Ito furrowed his brows as he replenished the energy and mental power he had consumed from using the domain above his level. Forget it, I'd better get out of his domain first. Otherwise, I won't be able to connect to the main world. It's too much of a loss to just fight with the world power in my body. Ito raised his head and looked at the suppression vortex that had yet to descend. With that, Ito did not hesitate and immediately used his mind to pull his body up. He rushed toward the sky at high speed. I said, wherever my eyes reach, it will be my territory. Obey my laws, obey my will, and do not act rashly without my permission. The strange man's gaze followed Ito's movements closely as he chanted. With that, another strange power suddenly appeared from the Scarlet Domain and instantly enveloped Ito's body, stopping his movements. I said, those who violate my laws go against my will. Those who resist me will be judged by me. The strange man who stopped Ito chanted again. Kacha! As soon as the words fell, a dark red lightning suddenly appeared in the Scarlet Domain, like a long curved snake, and instantly struck Ito's domain. Pooh! Being attacked by this power, Ito's face immediately turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Fortunately, there was still life energy continuously appearing in the domain and quickly healed the injuries in his body. However, the shock to his mind still made Ito look dispirited. Earth, water, fire, wind, the four elements of the universe, intertwine and merge, heaven and earth cycle. Resisting the discomfort in his mind, Ito opened his mouth and shouted again. As Ito's words fell, the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind instantly appeared in his domain and then suddenly collided with each other like four meteors. Then a gray mass of air that exuded inexplicable fluctuations appeared in Ito's domain and devoured his domain power. If you want to devour, go outside. Ito, who felt his domain being devoured, waved his hand and threw the gray gas out of the domain and said, "What is that?" The moment the gray gas mass appeared in the Scarlet Domain, the strange man who also felt his Scarlet Domain being devoured frowned and thought. Just as the strange man was wondering what the gray gas mass was, Ito, who was suppressed by the gray gas mass, immediately moved his body again and flew above the Scarlet Domain. Destroyer, be destroyed. Although the strange man noticed that Ito was rising again, he believed that he would not be able to escape his domain for a while. He did not immediately stop him, but instead launched an attack at the gray gas mass that was devouring his domain. In an instant, another thick dark red energy beam appeared in the Scarlet Domain and bombarded the gray gas cluster. Boom! A loud noise sounded in an instant. The gray gas mass that was hit by the dark red lightning suddenly exploded, forming a chaotic but powerful special energy that spread out fiercely and disturbed the Scarlet Domain with a radius of more than 10 meters with it as the center. Directly above the explosion of the gray air mass, with the help of the chaos and impetus caused by the strange force caused by the explosion of the air mass, Ito jumped up a lot and was about to break through the Scarlet Domain of the strange man. Damn it! The strange man's expression changed when he saw this, and he chanted loudly again. As he chanted, several dark red lightning energies bombarded Ito's domain in succession, displaying a destructive attack on him. However, Ito was also unyielding. He completely ignored the injuries and mental trauma caused by the domain's feedback. He clenched his mouth that was full of blood and continued to rush up at high speed without stopping for a moment. Finally, after half a minute that was as long as several worlds, Ito finally broke through the edge of the Scarlet Domain and reconnected with the power of the origin world. Wah! Feeling the new power entering his body, Ito once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. No, I have to endure. If I collapse now, I will really die. Feeling dizzy, Ito fiercely bit his cheek and said inwardly, It seems that Guy has some strange means to delay the descent of the suppression force. In that case, I will add some catalyst for you to accelerate the effectiveness of the suppression force. Say Ito, who had recovered a little from the pain, continued to fly up while looking at the suppression force vortex in the sky. Thinking of this, Say Ito immediately mobilized a stream of world force and divided it into two streams, projecting them toward the suppression vortex in the sky and the shrinking scarlet domain below, as well as the strange man who was chasing after him. Is it not enough? After a while, Sei Ito saw that although the suppression vortex moved a few times, it still didn't activate. Since it's not enough, I will add more. Fortunately, he had devoured a world and obtained a large amount of world force. If he hadn't devoured a world, today's battle would definitely have exhausted all the world force in his hands. But even so, the amount of world force used now made Sei Ito's heart ache. But in order to deal with the trouble behind him, Sei Ito endured the pain and released a large amount of world force. This time, perhaps the amount of world force was large enough to satisfy the suppression force's appetite, so the suppression vortex finally launched its attack after such a long time. In an instant, Sei Ito felt the entire space environment change. The distance between him and the strange man below didn't change at all, but Sei Ito clearly felt that he and the strange man were in two different spaces. As long as the suppression force didn't disappear, the strange man wouldn't be able to catch him in this lifetime. Then a cloud similar to the one when Ito Sei summoned the ninth heaven, Inyuan, universal divine, thunder appeared under the suppression vortex. Streaks of blazing white thunderbolts jumped in the cloud, and at the next moment, like 1,000 snakes dancing wildly, they bombarded the strange man who was struggling desperately to escape from the suppression vortex with a ferocious face. Although the suppression force isolated the space and cut off the sound, Sei Ito couldn't hear the chaotic explosions of 1,000 lightning bolts. The glaring light that erupted in that instant was enough for Sei Ito to feel how powerful the lightning bolts were. Under the thunderbolt's bombardment, the body of the strange man who had forcibly fused with the quintessence and temporarily obtained divine power to expand his domain and unleash his own laws was instantly obliterated into thin air, leaving only a dull quintessence crystal hovering in the void. Then, the suppression vortex didn't stop there. It spat out a bright white light beam from the center of the vortex, enveloping the Godhead crystal and melting it bit by bit like high-temperature flames. I can't accept this. After more than half an hour, along with a faint cry of resentment, the Godhead crystal vaporized in a thin air like the body it was attached to. But at that moment, neither Sei Ito nor the great suppression force of the world noticed the sudden change in Adam Hill, who was hiding in the pyramid ruins and whose eyes flashed with red radiances from time to time. Chapter 809. P.S. Thanks to Kage and A666333 for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to Nickfany for the reward. Phew, I finally killed this guy. Sei Ito looked at the suppression vortex that was gradually dissipating in the sky because he couldn't find the target to eliminate. He relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he relaxed, Sei Ito's mental trauma, which was forcibly suppressed because of nervousness, immediately broke out, causing his body, which was suspended in midair, to shake involuntarily and was about to fall down. I can't fall here. Sei Ito, who still had a trace of intelligence in his mind, immediately launched instant transmission at the same time as this thought flashed through his mind. He didn't choose a direction. He directly flashed away and then flashed into another place 100 kilometers away from the destroyed pyramid and fell asleep on the tatami mat. And this time, he slept for 3 to 4 days. Ugh. On this day, with a low groan, Sei Ito, who had been sleeping for many days, finally woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Then Sei Ito's waist exerted force and sat up from the tatami mat, holding his forehead that was still slightly painful. He closed his eyes again and lowered his head to perceive his own condition. Fortunately, after the previous erosion of the world's power and the recent energy purification and strengthening of the body, this time my body was not infected by the world's power. It's just that this mental trauma. It seems that I will have to recuperate for a while. After a while, Ito softly said to himself, while holding his forehead with his right hand gently squeezing his forehead. Then, with a thought, Wu Yin launched multiple with clone jutsu, creating several clones, sending them to the sea continent, ecological city, Genin village, and prison town, respectively, to the homes of the women who had a close relationship with him, and let these shadow clones accompany them instead of him. And then his real body will return to his home in the middle of the ecological city to accompany Ya and his family. She stayed at home for a day, and after a round of dual cultivation with Yi, she pulled herself together and left the magic cube world, reappearing in the skies of the origin world. I think that place has now become a gathering place for masters. Ito Sejin turned his head and looked at the direction of the pyramid more than 100 axioms away. So I'd better not join in the fun. It's more important to continue the work of setting up the Black Sphere system. Thinking of this, Ito no longer hesitated. He immediately activated his hyperspace perception ability and locked onto the United Kingdom. It was an iron plate with the Flying Thunder God positioning tactic. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to England. Ito was about to teleport away from England to another country. Oh yeah, before setting up the Black Sphere system, I still need to accept a few missions to earn some money. Maria is still waiting for me to bring the money over to complete the deal with her. Suddenly remembering something, he raised his hand and patted himself on the forehead. He muttered to himself. After thinking about it, Ito's figure flashed. He appeared on the roof of a relatively high-rise building not far away. He took out the mission terminal and logged into the Bounty Union's website. Ito had completed 5 missions, one of which was an unrestricted mission. He had already accumulated enough points to upgrade. Upgrading from a newly registered member to a level 1 user, he had more authority and mission resources. So, Ito quickly selected 10 mission targets that were not only well-paid, but also more suitable for him. They were also on his route of action. Okay, done, Ito said softly after accepting the mission. He turned his hand and put away the mission terminal that was closed again. He then teleported to England's neighboring country and began to continue his work of setting up the Black Sphere system. After more than half a month, Ito not only successfully completed the bounty missions he accepted from the Bounty Union's website and earned a lot of money, but he also easily set up the Black Sphere system in Norway, Sweden, Finland, Poland, and more than 10 other European countries, including Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Poland. 4/5 of Europe's land was completely under the shadow of the Black Sphere system. Then, Ito did not stop. After accepting the maximum number of bounty missions that he could accept with his current membership level, he continued his journey of setting up the Black Sphere system all over the Earth. Bang! With a muffled sound, one of the 2 figures that had collided with each other at an extremely fast speed was sent flying to one side. It was only when it hit a broken wall that it came to a stop along with the collapsed wall. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, I didn't cause any trouble in your Papal States territory. Why the F asterisk CK are you guys chasing after me like crazy? The black figure that stayed in place muttered in a low voice full of complaints. At this moment, the crescent moon that was covered by dark clouds in the sky once again revealed its beautiful face. It emitted a boundless bright silver moonlight that illuminated the face of the black figure on the ground. He was Ito. It turned out that after 4/5 of Europe's land was under the control of the Black Sphere system, Ito began to erode the remaining 1/5 of Europe's land. It's just that in the remaining 1/5 of Europe's land, not only was there Italy, where the Roman Orthodox Church had 3 billion followers, there was also Greece, where countless myths and legends existed. So in order to avoid unpredictable accidents when setting up the system in these 2 countries, Say Ito first set up the Black Sphere system in small countries, such as Spain and Portugal, which had no great mythological heritage and at most only had superpowers, and then finally set up the Black Sphere system in Italy and Greece. It's just that for some reason, Say Ito was besieged by many cross-believers as soon as he entered Italy, so his Black Sphere system couldn't be set up. All heretics must be destroyed. Shrouded in a layer of white light, the man who stood up from the rubble looked at Say Ito crazily and said in a firm tone, "Heretic, when did I become a heretic?" Hearing the man's words, Say Ito asked with a puzzled frown, "Heretic die?" But the man obviously didn't want to say more to the heretic in his mind. With a loud shout, he stimulated the energy in his body and rushed towards Say Ito. "It seems that I can only find the answer myself." Say Ito saw this and sighed helplessly. He sighed helplessly. Then his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind the man. He waved his hand and chopped at the back of the man's neck. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard, and the man who was hit in the neck couldn't help but take a few big steps forward until he couldn't stop his feet and completely fell to the ground. However, the fainting effect that Say Ito expected did not appear. The man just shook his head, then stood up from the ground again and turned to look at Say Ito with a dignified face. "Lord, please give me the power to judge heretics." Then the man put on a defensive posture against Say Ito while holding the cross hanging on his neck with his left hand and chanting softly. As the man's voice fell, a power full of light, full of tempting goodness, and making people involuntarily want to believe in the source of this power, suddenly emerged from the man's body. It turned into a milky white flame that enveloped his body. It burned fiercely. "Accept the judgment, heretic." Seeing the change in his body, the man's expression became even more fanatical as he roared and quickly rushed in front of Say Ito like a line of fire. He swung his fist wrapped in blazing white flames towards Say Ito's cheek. Seeing this, Say Ito didn't panic. He used the energy in his body to fill his arm and raise his arm to block the fanatical man's forearm. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked the man's abdomen. Bang! After receiving this kick, the man's body immediately bent like a cannonball and flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. He broke through a wall blocking his way and continued to fly backwards without stopping until he broke through a glass window and entered a shop. Only then did he stop. What a strong adhesion, Say Ito thought as he looked at the white flames that were slightly burning on the soles of his feet and arms. Then the energy in his body shook and destroyed the white flames that were attached to his body. Then Say Ito's figure flashed and appeared in the shop that was destroyed. He appeared next to the fanatical man. This guy shouldn't be a fanatic, right? Say Ito thought with some uncertainty. Although the man's mood was strange, Say Ito didn't waver in his heart. He stepped to the man's side and forcibly broke the man's forelimbs. Then he carried the temporarily defenseless man and quickly left the scene. He entered the Rubik's Cube world in a secret place. "Let me see what's going on with you." Say Ito used the Rubik's Cube power to seal the bright white energy wrapped around the man's body. He made a one-handed seal to activate the Yamanaka family's secret technique. Inexplicable. I actually became a wanted target of the Roman Orthodox Church, and the reason for being wanted is to criticize the cross religion and insult God. After a while, Say Ito, who stopped his ninjutsu and opened his eyes again, had a look of disbelief on his face. It's a pity that this guy is not a high-ranking member of the church. He doesn't know the reason for the arrest warrant. I can only rely on myself to find out from other sources. Say Ito threw a wind blade to end the man's life, decomposing him into a pile of basic elements to fill the Rubik's Cube world. Then Say Ito returned to the main world. He still used the original method to find a local gang to control their leader. He asked them to help him throw iron plates all over the city. After that, he went to the next city and continued to do the same thing. Except for the Vatican City, where the papal state was located in several small islands, he turned back and went to the Vatican City. What a rich light energy. After a while, Say Ito, who appeared on the edge of the Vatican City, looked at the light energy above the Vatican City, and even overflowed the Vatican City, and said softly. Then he used the transformation technique to change into the appearance of the man he killed before and stepped into the Vatican City with a fanatical look. And that just now, was it a barrier? Just as Ito stepped on the Vatican City's border, a feeling of passing through something suddenly arose from the bottom of his heart, making Ito frown involuntarily. But as the Holy Land of 3 billion believers around the world, it would be strange if the Pope and the cardinals didn't have any defenses. Thinking of this, Ito put the previous strange feeling aside and walked step by step towards St. Peter's Cathedral in the Vatican City. Soon, St. Peter's Cathedral, which covered a large area and was known as the world's largest cathedral, appeared in front of Ito's eyes. What a strong spiritual temptation. Standing in front of St. Peter's Cathedral, Ito, whose self-consciousness was eroded by the spiritual temptation emitted by the cathedral building itself, frowned slightly and thought in his heart. Then Ito's mental power moved and formed a barrier, blocking all the external forces that affected his self-consciousness outside the spiritual barrier. Then he stepped forward again, passed through the main entrance of St. Peter's Cathedral, and walked into the interior of the cathedral. Sure enough, there is still a barrier here, Ito said with a fanatical look on his face as he clenched the cross in front of his chest with both hands. But at this moment, a strange feeling of being spied on suddenly emerged from the bottom of Ito's heart, immediately making all of Ito's nerves tense up. After all, this was the Vatican City, and now he was in St. Peter's Cathedral, which was known as the Pope's Palace. He was definitely deep in the heart of the enemy. If there was a slight mistake, he might attract a thunderous attack from the experts in the Vatican and lose his life on the spot. Was I really discovered? After a while, Ito, who still did not see the feeling of being spied on, imitated the actions of the believers and worshipped while quietly thinking in his heart. Sure enough, it was a bit reckless to go deep into the enemy's rear to explore secrets. Then, Ito sighed secretly in his heart again. After holding on for a while, Ito, who had done all the rituals, got up from his seat and walked slowly out of St. Peter's Cathedral like the others. Then, the moment he got rid of the feeling of being spied on, he immediately used instant transmission to leave the Vatican City, out of the city of Rome, and finally appeared on an island in Italy with a famous beach. Phew, that was really dangerous. At this time, Ito, who had completely relaxed, exhaled softly. In order to completely calm his slightly fluctuating mood, Ito immediately changed into a beach suit and ran to the beach. He sat down next to an Italian beauty with a very good appearance and figure. While admiring the beauty who was only wearing a T-string bikini and nothing else on her body, he looked at the crowd playing in the sea not far away, soothing his mood. A few hours later, under Ito's brazen conversation, Ito, who was very familiar with the beauty, left the beach with her and returned to a seaside resort near the beach to have dinner together. Chapter 8:10. It seems that it's impossible to sneak into the Vatican to find out why I'm a wanted criminal before I figure out why I feel like I'm being watched. Now, I can only hurry up and finish setting up the Black Sphere system, then go to other countries. While setting up the Black Sphere system there, I can also get information from other archbishops, Ito thought to himself as he sat on the wide and soft bed with his head lowered. Sigh. Ito then sighed softly, raised his legs, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the laws of the main world, which had greatly improved his comprehension speed due to the high-level battle with the strange man. What Ito did not know was that because of his sneak in the afternoon, a thorough investigation of the man he had transformed into was launched in vain. All the information about the man was quickly presented to the red-robed cardinal's desk in the Vatican. And on one of the pages, the information about the battle between the man and Ito on the streets of the city appeared without missing a single detail. It's that heretic! The red-robed cardinal who happened to see this information changed his expression and said in a low voice, "No, I have to give this information to the Pope immediately, and then quickly capture him before he leaves the territory of Italy and hand him over to the Inquisition for trial." Thinking of this, the red-robed cardinal immediately got up from his seat and walked quickly to the Pope, who lived in the Vatican Palace, at a speed that far exceeded his age. The next day, Ito, who still did not know that things had changed, slowly opened his eyes, stretched his body, and sat up from the bed. He then walked into the bathroom to wash up. After a while, he finished putting on his clothes. He left the room looking like a rich young master and walked toward the dining room. "Hey, Samira, you're early." As soon as he walked into the dining room, he immediately saw the beach girl who had dinner with him yesterday. Ito raised his hand to greet her as he slowly walked toward her. "Hi." Samari was wearing a sleeveless floral dress, and her naturally curly black hair was scattered over her shoulders and back. She greeted Ito with a smile on her face. "Sir, what would you like to order?" At this moment, a male waiter walked up to him and asked, "One breakfast?" Ito didn't take the menu from the waiter. He directly ordered. "Okay," the waiter replied. She turned around and left Ito's side to get the breakfast he had ordered. "How's the food in this hotel?" Ito asked as he looked at Samali, who was holding a knife and fork with both hands, elegantly cutting the food and putting it into her mouth. "It tastes very good," Samali replied with a smile. "Really? Then I'm relieved." Ito heaved an exaggerated sigh of relief. "You're so funny." Samali looked at Ito with amusement. "That's right. Most people say that about me." Ito nodded and admitted without blushing, "Sir, here's your breakfast." At this time, the waiter who had left earlier returned to Ito's side. As he spoke, he put the standard breakfast in his hand on the table in front of Ito. "Thank you." Ito nodded slightly. He thanked him. Then he picked up the knife and fork placed in front of him and began to work on the food on the plate. "Do you have time today?" Ito asked as he picked up a small piece of food with a fork and put it in front of his mouth. "Yes, why?" Samali looked at Ito with a puzzled expression and asked, "Do you mind accompanying me for a walk?" Ito, who swallowed the food in his mouth, smiled and said, "Of course," Samali said with a smile. "Thank you very much." Ito also smiled. After that, the two of them leisurely enjoyed their breakfast while chatting casually. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that they ended their meal. They returned to their room together and prepared to leave the hotel for a stroll on the streets after some simple tidying up. "You're so beautiful, Samali. I can't stand it now and want to turn into a wolf." More than 10 minutes later, Ito, who had gathered together again, looked at Samali, who had not changed her clothes but wore a wide-brimmed straw hat on her head, and said with shining eyes, "Thank you for your compliment." As a Westerner, Samali, who basically did not know what modesty was, accepted Ito's compliment very calmly. Then, she turned into a guide and led Ito around the island. Of course, there was basically nothing worth visiting on this island except for the beach. Therefore, after roughly browsing the streets and asking Ito to spend money to buy a few small things for Samali to increase her favorability, he was led by Samali into the churches that could be seen everywhere in Italy. Coincidentally, at this time, 2 messengers from the Holy See came to the church to deliver the latest order issued by the Holy See. What was even more coincidental was that the content of the order was about Ito. It's that heretic. Under the escort of the church's priest, the 2 messengers who were about to leave the church and return to the Vatican looked at Ito, who was praying with Samali, and whispered in a low voice, "That's right. Let's quickly inform the guards." "Don't let him escape," the other messenger said in a low voice. "I understand." The messenger who spoke earlier nodded and said, "You guys keep an eye on him first. I'll contact the guards." After saying that, he ignored his companion and returned to the back of the church with the priest who acted as a guide. He took out a special tool and contacted the Vatican. After receiving the report, the Vatican moved quickly. They left in a team consisting of an A-rank paladin and 3 B-rank paladins. They took a helicopter and flew at high speed to the island where Sei Ito was located. At this time, Samily, who had finished praying, smiled at Sei Ito and was about to lead him out of the church to other places for sightseeing. Seeing this, the messenger who stayed in place to monitor Sei Ito became anxious. He quickly adjusted his expression and quickly walked out of the corner of the church to meet Samily and Sei Ito. "Please wait a moment," the messenger said in a deliberately calm tone. "Hello, priest. How can I help you?" Samily, who was a believer, asked the messenger politely. On the side, Sei Ito, who sensed some problems from the messenger's heartbeat and mental fluctuations, couldn't help but frown. "It's like this. I want to hold a mass, but I can't get away for the time being. Miss, can you stay in the church and help me for the time being?" The messenger said in a serious tone. "This?" Samily looked at Sei Ito with an awkward expression. She didn't know whether she should refuse the messenger to continue accompanying Sei Ito around the island, or cancel her promise to Sei Ito and stay in the church to help the priest. "It's okay, Samily. You can stay. I'll go back to the hotel myself," Sei Ito said to Samily with a smile, feeling that the priest's behavior was a little strange. "I'm sorry that I couldn't fulfill my promise to you. If possible, please allow me to continue being your guide tomorrow and show you the scenery of the island," Samily said to Sei Ito with an apologetic look. "I can't ask for more than a beautiful woman to accompany me," Sei Ito said with a shrug and a smile. Then he turned around and stretched out his hand to the messenger. "Then I'll take my leave first, priest. There are many things to prepare for the Mass. If possible, can you stay and help?" Although the messenger didn't want to shake hands with the heretic in his consciousness, he didn't want to arouse Sei Ito's suspicions. He still suppressed the disgust in his heart and reached out to shake hands with Sei Ito with a stiff expression. "I see." At this time, Sei Ito, who used the opportunity of shaking hands to explore the surface memory of the messenger with his mental sensing ability, suddenly understood. Then he said, "If you're not afraid of me causing trouble, it's okay. I can teach you." Samily on the side said happily after seeing Sei Ito also promised the priest to stay and prepare for the Mass. "Please come with me," said Yizichin. The messenger quickly retracted his hand. He felt that if he shook hands with Sei Ito for one more second, he might be contaminated. He quickly walked up to the two and said, "Okay." Samily nodded and said. Then she and Sei Ito followed behind the messenger and walked to the back of the church. During the process of walking, Sei Ito slowly unfolded his mental power and launched an illusion to affect the perception of the two. Under the influence of Sei Ito's powerful mental power, it took almost a few seconds for Samily, the messenger, and 4 or 5 Italian islanders who came to pray in the church to fall into the illusion he created. Then Sei Ito's mind moved, and a wood clone instantly appeared beside him and followed Samily instead of him. As for Sei Ito, he quickly used the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of the messenger who led the way. Then he quickly knocked out the unprepared messenger and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito withdrew his mental power and walked to the back of the church with Samily and his wood clone with a sacred look. After a short while, Sei Ito, his wood clone, and Samily appeared in the back of the church in a room with a large number of preaching props. "Everything is here. Sorry to trouble you too," Sei Ito, who was standing on the side, said. "It's no trouble." Samily shook her head and said. Then she stepped in front of a prop that might be used at the Mass and picked it up. Then Samily handed the prop in her hand to the wood clone and said, "Here, help me take it outside." "Okay." The wood clone took the prop and said. In this way, Samily was in charge of searching, and the wood clone was in charge of moving the props in the utility room. Sei Ito, who turned into a messenger, smiled slightly when he saw this. He turned and left the utility room and returned to the hut where the other messenger and the real priest were. Chapter 811. In the room, The real messenger looked at the messenger that Sei-Ito had disguised himself as and asked, "What's the situation?" The heretic and his female companion were about to leave, but there's no problem now. I've used the excuse that I need their help to prepare for Mass, to keep the heretic temporarily, Sei-Ito explained. That's good, the messenger said. But even so, this kind of thing can't be delayed for long. I hope the knights of the escort team can arrive soon and eliminate this heretic, Sei-Ito said in a sonorous tone. The knights of the escort team have already set off. Given the distance between here and the Vatican, I believe it won't take long for them to arrive, the messenger said. He then looked up at Sei-Ito and continued with a smile. Also, I heard that the knights who came to carry out the trial this time are all holy knights, and all of them are above B+ in strength. Is that so? In that case, this heretic will definitely be judged by the Lord, Sei-Ito said with a look of surprise. Yes, definitely, the messenger said with a look of excitement. After that, Ito-sei walked over to the messenger and sat down beside him. While chatting with the messenger, he cleverly used his words to extract information about the Vatican from the messenger. However, although this messenger was from the Vatican, his rank and rank were too low. Apart from some superficial things, he didn't know much about the real situation inside the Vatican. So, it didn't take long for Sei-Ito to get everything he wanted. As the two chatted, an hour passed. During this time, Sei-Ito went to the church hall from time to check on Samali and his wood clone, who were busy there, on the pretext of preventing the heretic from leaving. Buzz, 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 buzz. After more than 10 minutes, a faint buzzing sound could be heard. A black transport helicopter with the Vatican flag and the Holy Knight insignia on both sides of the fuselage and tail appeared in front of Sei-Ito, the messenger, and the priest of the church who had come out to check it out. At this moment, Sei-Ito suddenly made a move and knocked the two unsuspecting messengers and the priest unconscious. Then, he used his mind to summon a rectangular cone that had been used to destroy the walls of the pyramids. He waved his right arm, which was flickering with electricity, and hit the bottom of the cone. It turned into an orange-yellow beam of light that was as thick as an adult's thigh and blasted straight at the transport helicopter that was gradually flying over. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, the transport helicopter immediately exploded into a huge fireball in the sky, and the fuselage rolled and fell to the ground. But at this moment, a bright white light suddenly appeared in the sky. It fiercely broke free from the fireball that wrapped around its body. The bright white light was completely exposed in the air and in the eyes of a small number of mortals who looked up because of the explosion and the orange-yellow beam. In an instant, for humans wearing silver-white body armor and holding a slender sword in their hands appeared in the ball formed by the bright white light. Sure enough, an enhanced version of the railgun can't do anything to them. Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. In addition, the guy whose armor and longsword are better than the other three doesn't seem to be a B+ level guy. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito's figure suddenly appeared next to the bright white ball of light that was slowly falling to the ground. He punched the surface of the bright white ball of light with great force. Bang! As the fist fell, a muffled sound immediately sounded, but the bright white ball of light that combined the strength of the four people almost didn't have much of a reaction. After trembling instinctively twice, it stabilized again and continued to protect the four people as they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sei-Ito manipulated his psychokinesis to fly back a distance. Then he raised his hand and used the lightning energy in his palm to gather a 6-meter-long lightning javelin with a diameter of 3 centimeters. He threw it at the bright white ball of light. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the lightning javelin instantly appeared next to the bright white ball of light and fiercely collided with it. Boom! In an instant, an explosion suddenly sounded. A large number of electric sparks were produced when the lightning javelin exploded like earthworms, scurrying on the surface of the violently shaking bright white ball of light. Looks like 2 or 3 more javelins will be able to break that tortoise shell. Squinting his eyes slightly to check the situation of the other party through the rapidly dispersing energy smoke, Ito immediately used his psychokinesis to gather 2 lightning javelins in his palms. He swung his arms and threw them one after another at the bright white ball of light. Itsunari didn't stop there. He continued to gather the lightning energy in his palms and formed it into lightning javelins. He threw the javelins at the light ball, made of bright white energy like raindrops. But to Ito's disappointment, the bright white ball of light that seemed to be in danger no matter how he looked at it was still incomparably firm under the bombardment of the lightning javelins. Even when the 4 people successfully landed on the ground, it still wasn't shattered by his lightning javelins. Even so, it was worth it to be able to consume a lot of your energy. Ito thought to himself with a smile on his face as he looked at the expressions of the other 3 knights who didn't change at all. May the Lord be with us. The 4 knights who landed on the ground raised the long swords in their hands and loudly shouted. As the 4 of them finished speaking, the bright white ball of light immediately exploded, turning into 4 different types of energy that wrapped around the 4 knights, forming a new eggshell to protect their bodies. The Lord's power is great and boundless. He has bestowed upon the knights under him the power of flight. Then the leading knight recited. As soon as the knight finished his recitation, the eggshell wrapped around his body immediately split into 2 types of energy, forming a pair of white energy wings similar to those of the legendary angels outside the eggshell, carrying him up from the ground. My sword shall cut down all evildoers. The knight who charged at Ito at high speed shouted loudly as he brandished his long sword that was suffused with a peculiar luster. He ignored the obstruction of the eggshell and horizontally cut towards Ito's body. Seeing this, Ito lightly clicked his tongue. He immediately activated instant transmission and appeared above the knight's head. Using Heavenly Imperial Leg, he heavily kicked the knight's eggshell, sending him flying like a cannonball towards the 3 knights who were standing in a triangle formation on the ground. Boom! Like a meteor crashing into the ground, a cloud of dust immediately rose from the place where the knight fell. The dust quickly gathered around him and the 3 knights who were guarding Ito with a dignified expression. Chapter 8:12. P.S. Thank you to Nexni and Nexni for their tips. At this time, Ito stretched his arms down, and dozens of blue lightning bolts as thick as an adult's finger shot out from the palms of his hands. The lightning bolts flashed toward the 4 bright white light bodies that were faintly visible in the dust below. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, the crisp sound of electricity crackling continuously reverberated in the air. Then, after the lightning bombardment, Ito, who had temporarily dragged the 4 knights in place with the lightning bolts, quickly made several hand seals in front of him. At the same time, he shouted, "Earth release, marsh of the underworld." As Ito's words fell, the ground under the feet of the 4 knights immediately changed. The originally solid ground turned into a muddy swamp with a strong adhesive force. The 4 knights' bodies began to sink slowly into the ground involuntarily. However, at this moment, the knight who was knocked down by Ito suddenly shouted loudly. He suddenly connected the bright white light ball outside his body with the bright white light balls outside the bodies of the 3 knights who were guarding him. They formed a new huge light ball that was controlled by his mind. At the same time, there were angel wings on the outside of the huge light ball. The 4 of them were lifted out of the yellow spring, swamped together, and flew into the sky. Sing the hymn. Then, the knight who was temporarily out of trouble ordered loudly. The 3 knights did not answer when they heard the command. They just opened their mouths solemnly and chanted the hymn, praising God in a strange rhythm. The moment the 3 of them started to chant, a strange force gathered from the city of Rome. It penetrated the barrier of space and instantly appeared above the light ball where the 4 knights were located. It quickly and gently blended into the white light ball. At this time, the white light ball suddenly lit up like an artificial sun, emitting extremely dazzling light. It stimulated Seito, who was not far away, to squint his eyes subconsciously. Although he did not know what the other party was going to do, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out several antimatter grenades, pulled the lock, and sent them to the white light ball that was emitting dazzling light. In the next second after the antimatter grenades appeared, several pitch-black spheres immediately expanded with each antimatter grenade as the center, squeezing towards the bright white sphere in the center of the antimatter grenades. However, the dark balls only eroded a part of the bright white light at the beginning of the explosion. Then, the bright white light that was getting brighter and brighter, and the energy that it emitted was getting stronger and stronger. After the antimatter grenades exploded, they could not advance any further. It seems that I can only find a way to crack it after the other party completes this move. Seito frowned when he saw that the grenade attack was ineffective. In this way, Ito-sei and the four knights are in a stalemate in the sky. Tom did not let Seito wait for long. Very quickly, along with the dazzling bright white ball of light expanding outwards, a white humanoid figure rushed out like an EVA for the third time. The huge humanoid figure that Ling Bo Li had transformed and stood up straight from the bright white ball of light. In an instant, a pair of angel wings appeared on its back. Its face was blurred. The upper half of the milky white angel's body appeared above the bright white light ball. Its empty eyes stared at Seito in front of it. Angel. Seito looked at the angel that only had the upper half of its body. Its lower half was the bright white light ball that the four knights were on. At this time, the originally faintly audible chanting of the three knights suddenly became infinitely magnified and echoed in the sky. Following the appearance of the chanting, the half-angel also began to move. The angel's expression shook. From a completely wooden puppet expression, it had a trace of intelligence. Then, with a thought, it pulled the ball of light from its lower body into its body, allowing it to rest on its flat chest. Then, it spread its arm, and at this time, the light energy that had covered most of the sky above the island condensed into a gorgeous long sword in its hand. A blazing white flame burned on the long sword in the angel's hand. This aura, peak A+ class. Ito-sei squinted his eyes and looked at the half-angel, who was exuding a holy aura, which made people want to worship him. But unfortunately, it's still not enough for me. Seito slowly moved his arm and condensed the scattered electric atoms in his palm into an electric sword. His expression was slightly disdainful as he muttered to himself. Then Ito-sei took a step forward, and his body suddenly appeared on the side of the half-angel's face. He waved his hand and mixed the energy in his body with the outside world. Suddenly, the electric sword expanded several times and chopped at the half-angel's head. Whoosh! The half-angel moved and dodged Seito's attack, as if it had teleported. At the same time, it turned around to face Seito and chopped at him with a sword that was burning with white flames. After his attack missed, Seito immediately used the principle of distance shrinking, combining the principle of teleportation and the 8 gowns to create the wandering steps. He appeared behind the half-angel in a flash. He continued to stab at the half-angel's back, protecting the four knights. Whoosh! The half-angel moved again. It immediately rushed forward and dodged Seito's attack by a hair's breadth. Then it turned around and looked at Seito. It extended its other hand that wasn't holding a sword and shot out light arrows at Seito. So it's just fast speed. I thought you could use teleportation as well. Seito glanced at the half-angel with a faint smile. His figure flashed again and appeared beside the half-angel in an instant. He swung his sword down at the half-angel's arm. Puff! With a soft sound, a small part of the half-angel's sword-wielding arm separated from its body. In an instant, it exploded into a ball of energy in midair and slowly dissipated in the air. However, The half-angel's chest lit up. The arm that was just injured immediately recovered. It continued to attack Seito. Although the half-angel's speed was comparable to teleportation, it was still not as agile as Seito's teleportation. In addition, the half-angel's body was several times larger than Seito's, so it could only passively take a beating. It couldn't hit Seito at all. Therefore, in just a few minutes, the half-angel exploded under Seito's attacks. The 4 knights that were inside the half-angel's body were exposed. Goodbye. Looking at the 4 knights that fell heavily to the ground, Seito chuckled in a voice that only he could hear. At the same time, the electric sword in his hand turned into a dozen thin electric spears. He threw them at the 4 knights that couldn't support themselves anymore. The moment the electric spears fell, the 3 knights that were only at B+ rank and had exhausted their energy to summon the half-angel immediately let out a long scream. Although the knight in the lead didn't have much energy in his body, he didn't completely lose his defense. Therefore, the moment the electric spears fell, he immediately rolled on the ground and dodged the attack. But before he could roll far away, several branches suddenly broke out of the ground, tightly binding him to the ground without any warning. Finally caught you. Seito suddenly appeared beside the knight and looked down at him with a chuckle. Heretic, don't think you can get anything from me. The knight looked fiercely at Seito and said angrily. Then he looked up at the sky and shouted, Lord! Following his shout, a blazing white flame suddenly appeared on the knight's body. Not only did it burn his body, but it also expanded rapidly. Then, with the knight as the center, everything within a radius of 20 meters or so was consumed. Itsunari, who instinctively perceived the danger from this fire, immediately used instant transmission to escape far away. He actually committed suicide, and he also killed the other 3 knights. Damn it! Seito looked at the blazing white flame in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Seito, who was unhappy that he failed to capture the other party, snorted coldly and teleported back to the church. After killing the priest and the messenger, he found Samali, who was still preparing for Mass, and said goodbye to her. Then he used the transformation spell to change into another appearance and left the island. He went to other nearby cities and waited for the gang members under his control to throw the positioning spell. After half a day, Seito, who found from his perception that the iron plates with the positioning spell had been thrown, did not hesitate and immediately used the flying thunder god to appear next to one of the iron plates. He began to arrange the black sphere system in the whole of Italy. For Seito, arranging the work was a very easy task, so it took less than an hour for Seito to complete the arrangement of the black sphere system in Italy and set up a black sphere room on the famous Sicily Island. After that, Seito, who did not want to stay in the headquarters of the Orthodox Church in Rome for a moment longer, immediately left Italy and rushed to the last country in Europe, Greece. I hope I won't be inexplicably attacked in Greece again. After a short while, Seito, who appeared on the streets of Greece, sighed softly and thought to himself. However, the main religious belief in Greece was the Christian Orthodox Church after all. Although they did not get along well with the people in Italy, they still had a deep relationship with each other and shared some information on a certain level. So, just in case, Seito still used the transformation spell on himself and changed into the appearance of someone else to move around in Greece. This way, he would not be attacked by inexplicable forces and successfully completed his plan. He found a group of people to throw iron plates with positioning spells all over Greece for him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to N. Chapter 8:13. 3 days later, Seito, who had successfully spread the black sphere system all over Greece, looked in the direction of the temples that were still protected by a strange power and muttered to himself, Greece is indeed the territory of the mythical Olympian gods. There are so many ruins of various temples in the country, and 2 or 3 of them are still exuding strange power fluctuations. I wonder if the ruins that are still in effect are owned by the subordinates of those gods, or the hiding places of those gods themselves. Say Ito, who slowly retracted his gaze, sighed softly. It seems that if I want to find out the truth, I'll have to wait until my strength breaks through to S rank, or until I have the power to fight against that strange man not long ago. Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. He then left Greece without stopping for a moment, crossed the Mediterranean Sea, and once again entered the sky above the African continent. However, compared to Europe, which was technologically advanced and had a variety of ability users and inheritances, except for some countries in Africa that had superpowers, most of the other countries were local witchcraft and simple totem worship unique to various ethnic groups and tribes. In terms of development potential, they were not very good. Coupled with the constant war in Africa, poverty, hunger, and disease, it was simply not suitable for the creation of multiple Black Sphere teams in the vast African territory. Therefore, Sei Ito decided to set up only one Black Sphere room and one Black Sphere team in Africa. If there were any big missions in the future, he would directly transfer other Black Sphere teams to Africa to carry them out. Sei Ito, who had a plan in mind for Africa, did not hesitate. Excluding Egypt, which was an ancient civilization, and Algeria, which he still did not know the current situation, he continued to operate in Africa according to the way he operated in Europe. The only difference, or rather, flexibility, was that in Europe, Sei Ito found the local gangs and controlled their leaders to work for him. In Africa, he found the local tribal leaders and controlled them to work for him. Of course, the process was not entirely smooth. While controlling some tribal leaders, he encountered native witches and warriors in Africa. However, compared to the special people in Europe who had systematic inheritance guidance and scientific training, the combat strength of these natives was very uneven. Therefore, they were easily dealt with by Sei Ito. Just like that, after spending more than 20 days, Yi Zichen finally came back. Sei Ito finally traveled to all the countries on the African continent. He found and controlled the leaders of the more famous forces in those countries, and asked them to help him throw iron pieces with positioning techniques into the dark corners of the city. Then, he spent another day and a half to set up the Black Sphere system and Black Sphere room. Only then, except for Egypt and a small part of Algeria, all the land in Africa under the control of the Black Sphere system. Sei Ito did not stop at all and immediately teleported away from Africa. He left Africa. He passed through the university. He entered South America. He continued to set up his Black Sphere system. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the end of December. Finally, in the evening, Sei Ito, who activated the Black Sphere system in Hollywood, breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 2 months, Sei Ito set up the Black Sphere system in all places except for the city of Washington, Area 51, the 2 strange places in Mexico, and the inside of the Linen Forest. It was estimated that all the continents with human activities on the Earth were under the Black Sphere system. The reason why it was estimated was that Sei Ito did not set up a complete Black Sphere system in China, nor did he set up a Black Sphere system in war-torn places such as Southeast Asia and Central Asia, let alone the 2 dangerous places in the South and North where no one lived at all. Even so, Sei Ito's arrangement allowed him to expand his tentacles to the extreme, making the Black Sphere organization in his hands a huge evil hidden in the dark world. But since I'm in Hollywood, let's hang around here. If I'm interested, I might be able to pick up 2 big stars. Ito Sei, who came out of a dark corner, thought with a faint smile on his face. It was just that this was Hollywood, but stars were not cabbages in the field. It was not so easy to meet them. So after strolling around for more than an hour, except for some third-rate actors who came here to try their luck, Sei Ito did not see a big star in the United States, especially a female star. But at this moment, Sei Ito, who was looking around aimlessly, suddenly paused and looked at the figure who had just walked out of a shop not far away from the street. I didn't expect to meet her here. Sei Ito murmured with a look of interest on his face. Then Sei Ito stepped forward and walked toward the other party. Yo! When he walked to the side of the person, Sei Ito reached out and patted the other party on the shoulder. You are. The person turned around and looked at Sei Ito with confusion on her face with light makeup. Hot Spring Hotel in XX County. Sei Ito retracted his hand and reminded the other party with a slight smirk. The other party was taken aback when she heard this. Then she looked at Sei Ito's face while tilting her head and thinking. After a while, she raised her right arm with 2 or 3 bags hanging on it and reached out to Sei Ito. You are that. But after a while, she still couldn't say Sei Ito's name. Sei Ito. Sei Ito saw this, shook his head slightly, and reminded with a funny face. That's right, Sei Ito. After being reminded, the person finally matched Sei Ito's name and appearance with an awkward expression. Then, in order to get rid of her embarrassment, she changed the topic. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Sei Ito tilted his head and looked at the other party with a question in return. That's true, but shouldn't you be in school at this age? I don't think it's time for the holidays yet, the man said after a moment of hesitation. Because of some reasons, I don't need to go to school for the time being, Sei Ito explained, then asked, Miss Sackcloth, why are you here? That's right. The person opposite him was Sackcloth Karaki, whom Sei Ito met at a hot spring hotel a year ago, and was coincidentally saved by Sei Ito. I just finished a job recently, and Chinese New Year is just around the corner, so I applied for leave from the law firm and came here to relax, Sackcloth Karaki explained. I see. Sei Ito suddenly understood. How long do you plan to stay here? About 2 more days, then I'll take a flight back to Japan to celebrate Chinese New Year with my family, Sackcloth Karaki said. Is that so? Let's be friends in the United States and have some fun together. Then, we'll take a flight back to Japan together, Sei Ito suggested. This? Sackcloth Karaki looked at Sei Ito in front of her and hesitated. Although Sei Ito saved her before, she didn't care too much about Sei Ito. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten who Sei Ito was when she saw him. However, it was obviously inappropriate for her to reject him, but it was ridiculous for her to accompany a guy who was basically a stranger in the United States. After all, Sackcloth Karaki was a superstar. Can I? It's rare to meet an old friend in a foreign country so far away. Sei Ito pretended to shake his head regretfully. Seeing this, Karaki had no choice but to nod helplessly. Well, please take care of me during this period of time, little brother Ito say. Karaki nodded and said, well, please take care of me during this time, little brother Ito say. I'm not a little brother, Sei Ito said speechlessly as he took the package from Karaki hand. Looks like it's not bad to have a companion. At least there's someone who can help me carry my bag for free. Karaki thought to himself as he felt the weight on his hand disappear. Without thinking, he said, what are you if not a little brother? Hessian, you'll have to try it before you know. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows as he looked at Karaki. He did not know if it was intentional or not, but he even omitted the honorific. Kids don't learn well. Karaki rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. She then turned around and continued to stroll on the street with Sei Ito. With Sei Ito around to carry her bag for free, Karaki bought whatever she wanted without any hesitation. Therefore, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to be covered with bags of all sizes, making him look like a shelf. However, the taller the tree, the more valuable the items, the more likely it was to be robbed. Therefore, when they were passing by a quiet street, 3 black men suddenly rushed out and stopped Sei Ito and Karaki. They pointed their guns at the 2 of them and shouted, "Don't move." Karaki face immediately showed a terrified expression when she saw the black muzzle. Go in. Seeing the 2 of them stand still, one of the black men pushed Sei Ito's body and shouted. After checking the surroundings with his spiritual force, Ito found that no one was paying attention to him. Naturally, he would not be polite. In an instant, he lifted his leg and kicked several times. Before the 3 black men could react, he kicked their wrists and knocked their pistols to the ground. Then he kicked them to the ground. The pain of their broken wrists immediately made the three men scream in pain. "Let's go." Ito, who took care of the three robbers, turned his head and said to Karakimai, who was in shock, Okay. Karakimai responded subconsciously. Then she let Ito hold her hand and let her pass the three black men. They continued to walk along the street. Chapter 814. After all, Karakimai was a famous singer in Japan. She had seen a lot of big scenes, and her mental toughness was very strong. Therefore, it didn't take her long to recover from the shock. She looked at Itsunari with interest and said, I didn't expect you to be a master. Maybe Karakimai didn't notice, but she didn't pull her hand out of Ito's grasp. Haha, I'm okay. Ito chuckled as he gently rubbed Karakimai's hand. Karakimai subconsciously pulled her hand out of Ito Seiji's hand when she felt the strange sensation coming from her palm. Itosei didn't force Kuraki to stay. He let go of Karakimai's hand, put it in front of his nose, and sniffed it gently. Then, he turned to look at Karakimai with a smile on his face. Karakimai looked a little strange because of his action. You must be a playboy in school. Karakimai looked at Ito and said, Well, you won the top 3 singers in Japan. Ito shrugged and smiled. So you're blaming me? After the robbery, just now, the relationship between the two had become closer. Karakimai tilted his head and glanced at Ito Sei. Haha, it's mainly because you're too cute. Ito reached out and grabbed Karakimai's hand again. Karakimai, who suddenly felt her hand being grabbed, struggled a little. Seeing that she couldn't get her hand out, she just let it be. She then said to Ito Sei, Hey, I'm your girlfriend. It's okay. I don't mind. Ito rubbed the back of Karakimai's hand with his thumb and smiled. You're pushing your luck. Karakimai curled her lips and said, And I don't like people who are younger than me. Don't even think about it. Who knows what will happen in the future? Who would have thought that we would meet again in a foreign country a year later? Ito smiled faintly. So, let nature take its course. Karakimai didn't say anything. She quietly walked down the street with Ito. Half an hour later, Karakimai and Ito Sei, who suddenly lost their desire to shop, ate at a Western restaurant. They then took a car back to the hotel where Karakimai was staying. Of course, it was impossible for Ito to stay in Karakimai's room. He could only book another room at the front desk and stay in the hotel. After that, Ito and Karakimai spent another 3 to 4 days in America before returning to Japan. This is my personal phone number. You can call me if you need anything in the future. Karakimai wrote down her cell phone number on a piece of paper. She tore it off and handed it to Ito. I thought you weren't going to give it to me. Ito took out his phone and saved the number. All right, let's part here. My manager will come and pick me up later. He stood up from his seat. Karakimai said as she covered most of her face with large sunglasses, a hat, and a scarf. Okay, if you're bored one day, you can find me at the Ito Shrine at the end of XX Street in XX County. Ito said as he also stood up from his seat. I know. Karakimai nodded. Then the two didn't say anything. They followed the stewardess's instructions and walked into the departure hall. They walked out of Tokyo International Airport. Go to the Ito Shrine at XX Street in XX County. Ito said as he got into a taxi. The driver reached out and pressed the meter, started the car, and drove to the Ito Shrine. Speaking of which, there are still 2 days before the inspection. Ito thought as he looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. Squeak, squeak. 2 hours later, with the sound of wheels crushing the soil, the taxi finally stopped at the foot of the Ito Shrine. After taking the change from the driver, Ito pushed the door and got out of the car. He walked step by step along the stone steps of the mountain path toward his home at the top of the mountain. It seems that the situation is good. Except for some dust in the room and some traces of battle damage in the courtyard, no one else came to occupy the house. It's not bad. Looking at the situation in the house, Ito was satisfied. Then, He began to repair the damage in the courtyard and clean up the room. With the existence of various abilities, say Ito, who did everything easily, only took less than 10 minutes to completely repair and clean the house inside and outside, making the house completely new. Then say Ito's mind moved, and he once again launched multiple wood clones, making them look like Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Ito Reina to deal with the inspectors sent by the Ministry of Environment in 2 days and the new year that will follow after the inspection. Then he launched Hyperspace Perception and Flying Thunder God to return to the United Kingdom, entered the magical realm from the secret entrance, continued to browse various magic books and materials in the library, and copied them into the Magic Cube world. Just like that, after 2 days of reading in the library, it was time for the examination once again. I don't know what kind of inspection lineup the Ministry of Environment will send this time. Dressed in casual clothes, say Ito stayed in the room with 3 wood clones and watched TV programs. They're here. At this moment, say Ito suddenly felt an almost imperceptible tremor in the barrier, waking him from his absent-minded state. Then say Ito and the 3 wood clones stood up from their seats one after another, walked out of the room, and came to the front yard of the shrine to greet the people from the Ministry of Environment. 1 level A, 2 level B. This lineup is quite big. Looking at the 5 men and 1 woman who walked through the torii and into the shrine, say Ito smiled in his heart. Are they trying to intimidate the small fry? Hello, I'm a current guardian of the Ito shrine. Eriko Ito, please take care of me. Eriko, who was transformed by the wood clone, elegantly walked to the front of the 6 people and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, I'm a supervisor of this inspection, Shunya Yokoyama. Please take care of me. The only man in the priest uniform among the 6 people took the lead to return the greeting to Eriko. Nakaya Yasuhiro. Behind the magistrate, there was an A-level master in Ito-sei's perception. He was a middle-aged man with short hair and a stiff face. He seemed to be in his 40s, and his expression was cold and arrogant. However, he does have the right to be arrogant. After all, A-level strength, no matter in which country, can take on important positions and enjoy extremely high privileges, and even in the world, he can be regarded as a master. He is fully qualified to look down on the wood clone, whose strength is only at level B. Let's start. Then, Nakaya Yasuhiro directly ordered the 2 ordinary people behind him, a man and a woman, who were holding instruments in their hands. Yes, the other person responded, immediately put the instrument in his hand, and began the inspection of the Ito family. He didn't know if it was because too many changes had happened in the environment province during this period of time, and the things they encountered were too strange, so this group of arrogant people restrained a lot of their arrogance. Surprisingly, during the investigation process, there were no problems, and the investigation was completed smoothly for the Ito family. On the 3rd of January, remember to send a person in charge to the Environment Ministry headquarters to participate in a special meeting. At the end of the inspection, when the Environment Ministry personnel were sent away, the person in charge of the inspection, Nakaya, suddenly said to Eriko, Okay. Wood clone nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Nakaya nodded and left the Ito shrine with his men and the representative of Kamaya. Special meeting? What were they doing? Ito-sei frowned as he walked slowly to the side of Tori and watched the people from the Ministry of the Environment leave. Forget it. Who cares? When the time comes to participate in the meeting, you will naturally understand everything. Sei Ito then chuckled, and then once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in the United Kingdom, entered the big library of the magical realm, browsed and copied books, and didn't return to the shrine until the Japanese New Year, which is also the New Year's Day in China. At this time, with a thought, Sei Ito summoned Eriko, Suzu Ito, Ito Reina, and Yi who have lived in the Rubik's Cube world for more than 3 months. It's so cold. Feeling the temperature change, Ito Reina, who was only wearing a single layer of clothing, immediately shivered and said with her arms crossed, Go inside first. Sei Ito said as he waved his hand and made a sweater to cover Ito Reina's body. After returning to the room, Eriko, who slightly blew away the cold on her body, looked at Ito and asked, "Is it over?" "It's kind of over, but I don't know if there are any other sequelae." Ito shook his head gently and said in an uncertain tone, "But just in case, after the new year, it's best for Mother to return to my world to live." "New year? It's already the new year?" Ito said with a surprised look on her face. "Yes." Ito smiled. Then he continued to look at Eriko, waiting for her reply. "Okay." After a moment of silence, Eriko sighed with a sad expression. "Mother." Ito, who reached out and held Eriko's hand, called softly, "I'm fine, it's just that I didn't expect Chung to have grown to this point unknowingly. So, my mood is a bit complicated." Feeling the relationship between her son, Eriko looked at Ito with a gratified expression and said softly, "Yeah, little brother's cultivation speed is so fast that it makes me a little jealous." Ito on the side joked, distracting Eriko's attention. "It's okay. After the new year, I will help you and Mother improve your strength." Ito turned to look at Ito and smiled. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.